All right. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the fiscal year 2015 joint budget hearings for the Town of Fairfield's Board of Finance and Board of Selectmen. Would everybody please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I'm going to ask Chief McNamara, and is Chief Fellner in the room yet? If not, I saw Chief Reed. Can you come on up? Can you gentlemen please come on up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If I can ask everyone to remain standing for just a second. It is Public Safety Night primarily here, and each year this nation loses police and firemen in their quest to protect the general public, and I think it's appropriate that we hold a moment of silence tonight just for all the police officers and firefighters who died in the line of duty in the last 12 months. I thank you. All right. Welcome, everyone. Tonight we have a pretty full agenda, and we do have one change to that agenda. We will be hearing from the fire department. We will be hearing about hydrant and water expenses, emergency management, our emergency communication, our police department, and animal control. Also on the health and welfare side, we're going to be hearing from the health department and human and social services, which is where the Fairfield Senior Center budget is discussed. Earlier in the budget process, we did have a request that we flip the order of this budget night in deference to some of the public and hear the human and social services budget first this evening. Our budget subcommittee did vote to approve that request. So tonight we're going to start off with budget number 6050, and that would be page number 265 in our budget book. And would the presenters please come forward? Good evening, ladies.
Good evening.
Please use both microphones if you would. And welcome.
Thank you.
And the floor is yours.
Good evening, members of the Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, and residents of Fairfield. Thank you for your past and present support of the department. On behalf of the seniors attending tonight's meeting, I wish to thank you for the department's earlier placement on the agenda. It is with respectful appreciation for your support that I share with you the good things that are happening at the Fairfield Department of Human Services. The budget information sheet and narrative that you have before you summarizes the department's highlights, goals, activities, and statistics. This past weekend, many of you attended our open house for elected officials. We were delighted and appreciated your coming on Saturday. Many thoughtful questions were posed, including a request regarding the long-term strategic planning and vision for the department. This past year, I enjoyed working with seniors, staff, and many volunteers that comprise the Human Services Department. The staff are experienced and dedicated professionals that provide a consistent standard of caring and attentive public service throughout the day. It is a team that is ready and willing to try new things, which is the reason I came to Fairfield. To implement change that responds to the diversity and needs of the community. My professional energy is directed to those who struggle to maintain their home and economic stability and to lend a hand to families caring for loved ones as they age. Our role is to identify the needs of adults who live with physical or mental disability and to support those parents seeking to provide a better life for their children. We accomplish this by providing access to programs and community resources that empower independence and self-advocacy. Heating assistance is only one example of a way to help a family household trying to make ends meet and keep warm during the cold season. The Heating Assistance Program is the gift that keeps on giving each winter month to those who qualify. I believe the role of social service is to help people at a critical time to find the caring support and tools they need to move forward. Financial assistance is the last resort that gives clients a chance to overcome a crisis, while our social service professionals help clients create a plan to resolve their personal and financial problems. Partnering with nonprofits to provide a community of social service providers and helping professionals will strengthen the safety net for those most vulnerable. Regular meetings designed to promote understanding and goodwill will facilitate relationships and yield a more coordinated and enhanced service to our Fairfield community. The department gives young and older people an opportunity to help others and find solutions by engaging young people to shovel snow or perform light yard work. Youth sharing their technology skills gain patience and confidence working with seniors who want to learn new skills at the Senior Center. Lifelong Learners, a popular senior center program, offers an educational program taught by retired professors and experts that stimulate curiosity in a social setting. The Senior Center gives people a place to grow and find opportunities they need to stay independent and active. The Senior Center is so much more than a social lunch program or bridge game. It is a place to express, learn new ideas, and put them into action, and to feel important and relevant to the community. Our most popular programs are the varied fitness classes, including the ever-growing pickleball racket sport. The backbone of these physical activities is the Pacers Club, a youthful and distinguished group of retired adults who walk several times a week and join each other in the dining hall for morning coffee. The Pacers share a passion of giving community service to others in need. In the future, we will expand the use of the software called My Senior Center to include our senior bus transportation and social services. This data will help identify and manage those areas more efficiently for the department to provide responsive services. Membership outreach will be expanded to adults age 65 years plus. We are very fortunate to have the support of the new Chief of Staff, Tom Dabrowski, who is very interested in helping to grow the Senior Center membership. Senior day and overnight trips using our bus transportation and other transit services are planned. This year, the Fairfield University women's basketball team invited the seniors to evening games on campus. Using the senior bus transportation encouraged seniors to thoroughly enjoy the evening activity. The department, together with the Human Services Commission and the Fairfield Senior Citizens Association, our 501c3 group, will pursue new sources of revenue and fundraising to support the Senior Center. New breakfast and lunch offerings, electronic communication of emails using Constant Contact, along with our social media and increased publicity, will continue to market the Senior Center, reducing the cost of mailing a newsletter. Our Senior Center group of over 100 volunteers are receiving training under the direction of a fabulous new volunteer coordinator. The dining hall is in the process of being refurnished to reflect an inviting ambiance for our seniors, and audio-visual enhancements are planned. The Top 10 Committee report, requested by the First Selectman and completed in November of 2012, outlined the basic structure of changes needed in the department. This report, based on the Millward Brown research study, forms the basis of the long-term strategic planning that needs to be done this year. One of the recommendations of the Top 10 Committee report is to seek national accreditation for the Senior Center. I hope to begin the journey of working with others to form a long-term strategic plan which includes the unmet needs of the senior community. A senior center worthy of Fairfield residents is my goal. There are more good things to come, such as this weekend's model train show, Intergeneration Station, and the distinguished and delightful Dr. Bernie Siegel's visit to the Senior Center in May. Also, we would love you to like us on Facebook and to keep in touch. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you very much. Please.
Hi, everybody. Say good evening, and I'm happy to be here another year. I'm Selma Cohen, Chairman of the Human Services Commission, and saying that we're happy is an underestimation of how pleased and very happy we are to have Terry Giegengak as our Human and Social Service Director. She's a gift to the town of Fairfield. She's just a fabulous person, and works beautifully with everyone. The members of the Human Service Commission that I'm chairman of are unanimous and have been for several years in the need of a full-time senior center director, and that is my pitch this evening, is to speak to that need again this year. This need is documented by the dedicated group of citizens in the Top 10 report. There are many copies available, and it's online if anybody wants to review it or read it for the first time. And seniors, and I stole this line from the introduction of our first selectman in the budget book, for too long have been neglected and forgotten in our community, the very words that you wrote. As members of the Human Services Commission, we're charged under the town charter to represent the interests of the aging and the handicapped. We feel, the commission feels, it's time this year for Fairfield to have a senior center director, like all the other towns that were visited by the Top 10 committee. The lack of a senior center director reacts negatively on the ability to serve the growing social services at the center. That is a job in unto itself, directing that social service department. We need the help from the senior center director that we hope you will find able to help us with. It is clearly needed. Both the senior center and the social services will function better, and we've unanimously, and we have been over this for several years, it's this time we hope that we are successful and that you can find it somewhere in your wisdom to help us with that position this year. Please fund the position of the senior center director, and I thank you very much for listening to me one more time, basically saying the same thing, that the center needs help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Point of clarification, just to make sure we're all on the same page. So this was a departmental request for this position, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the position is not in the recommended budget at the present time from the first selectman, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in the numbers that we are reviewing, the position isn't included and would be in addition to these numbers.
Correct.
Just a level set. Okay.
There is a line item, it just says 0.
Right. Thank you. And that would be the key figure. All right. I'm going to open it up to board members for questions, please. Any board members' questions on this? We'll go to Mr. Becker, and then I'll go to Mr. Brown. Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, guys, and Terry, I think, I know we were there this weekend, but even on a regular day, that certainly since you've taken over, there's a lot of life down there at the center, and I think you're doing a great job. So I do want to know, though, one of the biggest challenges I've heard is that the amount of time that you can spend there is limited, realistically, focusing on the center because of the more social services kind of component of your job and the growing needs. So I guess it's sort of two parts. One, if maybe first you can sort of explain kind of your split on your time, and maybe any sort of increases that you've noticed that were kind of a trend at this point on demands for you. And then kind of the second part would be through the chair to the first selectman. I guess this is a big item we're seeing now twice with the request for the director, so I'd like a little bit of background as to why. We know why you guys put it in, but I'd be curious why it was zeroed out necessarily, as we brought forward. So if you could maybe first kind of give a little bit of the background for your own position, and I think that'd be helpful.
Sure. First of all, I have fairly equal responsibility for two areas. One is the social services department, the social work services that are given to the community, and the senior center. Everyone is part-time. So one of the things that I need to do is set up supervision for the social workers to review their cases. More and more the cases that are referred to us by the police, fire, health, medical, schools, the community are complex, and and contain a lot of information that requires supervision to make sure we're not missing anything in our effort to reach people. So I do spend a good there's 2 hours at least in supervision that are scheduled, but I do make myself available as needed to the social work staff during the day. So that is 50%. I mean, that's a good portion of it. The other is the senior center supervision of the staff there. There's a program director who is part-time, and she is actively working to bring in programs and grow membership, so I spend a bit of time in supervision of her. After that, I think the idea is to look at the operations of the center as I need to. There are some things that require attention, whether it's a lunch program that's not going well and needs to have some attention because we don't get enough meals or something like that, or we have a safety issue in one of the ping pong pool rooms where somebody needs to have some covering on the wall or something. So some of the equipment and the building maintenance, that takes up my time too. So I think that's about it. It's a 50-50, generally 50-50. I think I have put more attention this past year in the programs and events, special events of the senior center, because I knew that was an area that seemed to really need bolstering up. And truthfully, the social workers are so excellent that I feel as though they run themselves very well. So I did probably put more focus on the senior center this year. The increase in demands, I think I spoke to that in terms of social work. I think we're looking at cases where there's abuse. We're looking at cases of economic instability, people losing their homes, people looking for partial financial assistance so they can manage to stay in a housing for a little bit longer until they get a plan. So some of the programs that we offer are referrals, but we also try to case manage to make sure people really latch on to the resources they need. So I do spend that time with them because they are more complex situations, not just a simple phone call of telling people what to do, an info referral. The reason why I put in the position was because I felt after 6 to 9 months of working there, I felt that there was help that was needed, and that I needed to honor the request and the research that had been done before I came there. But I felt I concurred with it, and I wanted to represent that. So I did put it in, started as a part-time, but the commission in October respectfully agreed to disagree, and so they wanted a full-time position put in. So the full-time was put in. I believe the position was eliminated due to the competition of many needs on the budget, and that was that. And to fully maximize as many resources as we can in the department. Does that answer your question?
On your end, yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And I concur with Chairman Cohen that Terry has been a fabulous addition and has just celebrated her 1-year anniversary in coming through. Simply put, looking at what was needed in the budget this year, that there was no question about the need to be cautious in adding a full-time position. And that was probably the main driver in doing that. Also, looking to take advantage of what Terry has learned this past year and coming up with a model for the senior center, looking at, if you will, the foundation that we build on there, both in balancing the social services as well as the senior center position. In the long term, I certainly do support having a senior center director, and it's just a question of how much we can afford, how soon, and are there some other options we can explore in the short term to start to address that need?
Okay, thank you.
I have Mr. Brown and then Mr. Kiley.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. Can you just go over for us a job description of this proposed position and what the goals and objectives would be of the proposed position?
My understanding is that we could use someone to do more of the supervision of the senior center operations and some of the daily running of the center. We are growing, so there's many more people that are coming into the center. So I'm looking for someone to take responsibility and accountability to run that part of the department. Does that answer your question?
Well, what would the ultimate goals be for this position? What would you hope to accomplish with this position over the next year or two?
I would hope that
That's not happening right now.
Okay. I would hope that it would free my time up more so that I could pursue more fundraising and grant writing.
Okay. So this position would take some of your responsibilities over?
Yes.
To free your time up
Yes,
to do fundraising and such?
right.
Okay. Anything else? Looks like you may want to add
I
something?
do. One of the activities that Terry has initiated is bringing together the social service organization people in the community in Fairfield and sharing with each other at a coffee, lunch meeting once a month the issues that were being dealt with or being shared or being helped with. And it gives recognition to our director, but I think it also helps in growing Fairfield and helping Fairfield solve some of the issues or problems that come about just normally. So I think that's a valuable step and gives it, I think, prestige to our operation.
That is one thing I have not got, I mean, that is on the table to be done, you know, but it's one of those things that putting it together just takes some time. But I think that would enhance the delivery of service for all of us. I speak for myself.
Okay. And just one last follow-up. The other, just help me with my memory, the other centers that you visited a couple years ago, they all had this particular position as well as the other positions that are listed that we have?
Lots of positions.
They had lots.
We stand out singularly with 2 full-time positions, Terry and the secretary. Everybody else in the operation is either a part-time or a volunteer.
Microphone. Use the microphone.
Use your microphone.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Either 2 full-time, Terry and a full-time secretary, part-time positions, and volunteers. Volunteers are a very large part of the functioning. Without them, we probably would be less successful.
Okay. Thank you.
We're going to go to Mr. Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Selma, for being here tonight. It's nice to see you. At Saturday's open house, a couple things came to light for me, in addition to all of the wonderful things happening at the senior center. And one of them was highlighted by the video presentation that we were able to view in the conference room. Is that video up on the town website for others to see? I just am not sure about that.
It has been.
Has it? I just don't, I've never gone there looking for it, but it was a wonderful video that showed what the senior center does from A to Z almost. And it was a great experience for me from a learning perspective on all the programs that you offer. And I asked the question because if you haven't seen it, you should see it.
Yeah. You know, when I came aboard last March, it had just been released.
Okay.
So I do remember that it was on for a while. I don't know what the length of time was, but I know it was on for a while.
Okay.
Occasionally, you'll find it on Fair TV.
It is? Okay.
Occasionally.
Jerry's waving his hand back there, okay. We
run it pretty regularly.
Okay. Do you? Okay, because it's, is it? Okay. It's a great asset to explain what the senior center does and what it means to people, to many people. The other thing that came to mind is we had a rather robust discussion about this actual position, and in conjunction with the Millward Brown top 10 list that came out, or top 10 report that came out about a year and a half ago or so, and there was additional discussion about a long-term capital plan, which is a very important topic for this town and for every town to be looking at. And you gave an explanation about how either part of this position or some of this person's time could be used to help further refine a long-term capital plan or a long-term plan for the senior center. Can you touch on that just a little bit, please?
Well, I would certainly want to work with whoever would be involved with the senior center in forming and shaping and working together with a long-term strategic plan. plan to actually include several volunteers who worked on that top 10 report, as well as, some of the other pieces. I attend 2 meetings regularly, the Social Services Directors Meeting of Fairfield County, as well as the Senior Centers Directors Meeting of Fairfield County. So I think I gain a lot of information from them about their visions and their strategic planning. So I would take it outside of the House, if you will, too, to the community and see what they have. I would certainly include staff in that process, as well as the commission and the other bodies. Does that answer your question?
It does. It does. And one last question, without getting into any public horse trading, but on the position itself, if there were dollars that were available that didn't quite reach the $66,000 that were the requested dollars, and if there were some people who weren't agreeable to that amount that might be agreeable to a lesser amount, and I'm not putting myself in that bucket, okay? What would be more valuable, having dollars toward a part-time person that you would have for the full year, or having roughly half of those dollars available to hire and phase that particular position in as full-time on January 1st, and then phase the second half of it in the second year? Meaning there would be a full-time person there by December 31st. There would not be one there for the first 6 months, but that position would be committed to,
Right.
Halfway this year and halfway next year. Is there any rationale to doing the part-time all the time versus phasing the full-time in over 2 years? What are your thoughts on that?
I would certainly be very happy with the second proposition, which is to wait and to phase in something that would be more sustainable and helpful in January.
Okay, thank you.
It's a suggestion about doing something concrete, so it's appealing.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Mr. Walsh, did you have?
Well, following up on Kevin's idea, I guess, the problem with doing the funding for the second half is that it makes it seem as though that position's approved and we're going to fund it for the following year. I mean, and currently, the first selectman is not, as the leader of the town, not funding the position. And that becomes the issue, is I guess I have a hard time if the first selectman's not getting behind it and putting it in his budget, and he's leading this town on a day-to-day basis. How are we supposed to circumvent that, since he has more dealings with your department on a daily basis? And I heard some of the things you said about the grant writing, and that's great. Are there ways to do private grant writing, like to hire people to do that? Have we looked into that, or has the town looked into that? Hiring people, paying them to write the grants, as opposed to using a full-time person who's getting benefits and all this other stuff?
From the town standpoint, it's something we've talked about. We haven't been able to put that initiative in place yet. In fact, Selectman McCarthy-Vahey has been a proponent of looking at that, has brought it up from time to time. So, yes, it's one of those things that we have an opportunity for, not just here, but I think probably across some other departments that could
Mr.
take
Walsh?
advantage of that.
If we really took that 0 as the end of the story, I wouldn't be here, or 6 or 8 of the commission members and some of the seniors from the senior center wouldn't be here. I mean, we really do feel passionate about the need for this position, and our eye is on the Board of Selectmen vote, because that budget reflects one selectman, and we're optimistic that by listening to us and coming to the center and your discussion, the position will move forward.
Okay. I'm just saying it's hard sometimes for us to circumvent the first selectman in certain regards, because we could completely change, I guess, under our powers, the makeup of every single department in town. But, at some point, the first selectman's the one dealing with the department on a day-to-day basis, and he's kind of been voted in to set the priorities and the leadership of the town. And it creates a difficult spot when we're asking to fund things that he's not willing to get behind. It just makes it more difficult, and I'm sure you ladies know that.
We appreciate that.
Yeah, it just makes it makes it more difficult. Sure.
Mr. Tetra.
I wish Mr. Walsh would take it, that same line in cutting things that I supported. And just as a reminder, this was in the budget last year. But I think it's a question of timing, and I think it's a question of going through the budget this year. And I tend to look at this process as one where we do talk together throughout this process. That's the reason we have the Board of Selectmen and Board of Finance sessions together. I think that we need to continue to work on that, and I think as the budget evolves during this process, we all have a chance to look at what's taking place. Certainly, we're going to talk about school security and some of the components of that later this evening. And I think that we need to have the full range of discussions to evaluate what the impact is all the way through. So as much as that's certainly my recommendation going in, and certainly a full-time position is not something I'm in favor of this year, just to be clear. Certainly if there are ways we can perhaps approach this and be creative to minimize the impact on the taxpayers, but also continue to increase the resources for our seniors, that's one. Certainly one of the constraints in the budget was the additional $500,000 in senior tax relief, as you've heard earlier in discussions that was added in during the RTM discussions, which also puts some constraint. At some point, you're trying to walk that fine line between what's a reasonable tax increase, what investments do we need to make, and certainly taking the long-term approach in terms of what's the rate of change year to year as we go through that. So I don't think this is a question of the need not being there, or that at some point we need to add in. I think the question is, what's the timing in for doing that?
Well, any creativity in regards to getting there is going to require an investment. And I guess when you say creativity, you're talking about cutting some other area. We've already identified some things during this budget process, including some extremely difficult things within the Internal Service Fund. So I'd be willing to hear if you have other priorities or ways to cut and things to cut, but I'm really not looking from going up in the tax increase from the budget you've proposed. I'm probably looking at hopefully going down. So to fund another position is going to create us going on northbound on the tax rate. And the creativity I think you're talking about would be finding other things to cut. Now, I actually thought your budget was pretty good in not adding new staff. The only staff positions we're going to hear from Sans Cleary that you've added was a half position in the finance department. And
I think there is one in the IT department too, I think, if you remember back.
Okay. But obviously, when you were weighing your budget, you weighed the half position in the finance department as being more worthy than giving, say, a half position in this department. And I guess that's a creative thing we could take a look at. But, I mean, we haven't heard the finance budgets, the finance department's budget, so I guess we're going to have to hear the reasoning why, but you obviously thought it was more important for the town to fund that position.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to get into the multi-department thing here,
I
but
don't.
very simply, the finance department addition was one that was requested by the auditors, and you had a chance to listen to the auditor's report on that. So again, we're being very cautious in terms of headcount. Realize that even if it's a commitment for half a year, it's still a long-term commitment. We're not looking at just a 6-month commitment on that side. So, and again, the reason we're doing this all together is so we can have these discussions and help make any adjustments we need to together.
Okay. Thank you, both. I have a comment. Are you
Yes.
all set?
Just a couple of small questions if you want me to
Please.
go. Can you explain the reasoning for the reduction from $6,000 to $2,000 in the maintenance and equipment line? This, I'm sorry, this to Mr. Tetro. Were these numbers prepared on historic numbers and averaging, or
They're
what the
both-
department thought
they-
was coming up for maintenance?
All the above. We talked through each line. We certainly gave a lot of weight to the historic numbers. And I'm going to turn to Ms. Gardner. And Linda, do you have specifically what the rationale was on that one line item? But we did a combination of things in terms of, as you'd expect, both looking at history in terms of seeing what we'd actually spent, but also then looking where we were and looking forward and saying, okay, if here's where we are, what are we anticipating spending? Is there some reason for an adjustment? We definitely tried not to leave any budget dollars in. We didn't think it was a reasonable expectation that we would spend.
All right.
Okay, well, they look at that quickly. So we reduced this position last year due to the priorities of the town. The first selectman didn't include it this year due to the priorities of the town. So you're here pleading the case for a full-time position once again, which I understand. And by the way, my apologies, I could not make the Saturday session due to a family commitment. I have routinely through the year heard of a lot of the good work that's going on down there. So congratulations on that to all of you, including yourself, Terry. Thinking creatively, I too, like Mr. Walsh, would rather see the tax rate and the spending go in the other direction, town-wide, given what's still going on in the economy. I want to understand something better, and not for right now. This is going to require a little bit of homework, I think. You brought up the fact that there's fundraising efforts and grant writing efforts that go incomplete because of other priorities that you have in your day-to-day life and responsibilities. You also referenced the new chief of staff who just started in January. What I'm wondering is if there were offsets to be had otherwhere where in the budget to fund a part-time position here, and this is not a proposal, this is a discussion, what grants are available? Do you have a listing of grants that you're going after? Do we have a listing of fundraising opportunities that aren't being done? Basically, it's if you can find the financing, then the position can pay for itself, as opposed to
Right,
us having to add a full-time position now.
right.
So if you were to have some funding to get a part-time position, you now have, and again, that would be paid for by reductions in other places, right? And we were to put a part-time position in here, with that person working with the chief of staff and yourself, be able to find the fundraising dollars and the grant dollars to come back and say, we've now found this amount, 100,000, 200,000, that you can make that a full-time position in a subsequent budget year. Because it's appealing to me if you're saying, we're losing revenue opportunity here because I don't have the position. But I don't know, you haven't given me a number of what we're losing. You haven't told me where that money is.
Okay.
Or that you know where to go get it.
Okay.
Or what proposals. And that way this becomes more of a self-funding item.
Mr. Chair, if I might.
Yeah.
When you look at that, and I think you're raising the right points, one of the powers of the Top 10 report and one of the phenomenal resources that it gave us is we've identified some of the senior centers in the state that do things the best. So we now have a model.
Yep.
So we can also go out and talk to them, not just during that study. And one of the areas that Terry and I have been working on is identifying how to share best practices, how to go out. So when we look at what you suggested or bringing up, it's part of the ongoing conversation
Right.
that there are senior centers out there that will raise $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 with a Friends of the Senior Center type of effort
Right.
going through. Certainly, having the ability to bring in grant writing, but in order to find out where those grants are, one of the abilities we have is talk to the other senior centers and see what grants they're getting.
Right.
So it's much more of a shared best practices. Terry's network that she's building, I think, is huge in that regard. So we get some of the detail work we did at the Top 10, and having had a chance to visit some of those centers, you learn a lot as you go through, see how they're structured, how they solve it. Many of the same issues. Everybody solves it a little bit differently, but there's a lot we can learn, and that's one of the areas that we're working together to understand better and also help set priorities in terms of what efforts we work on.
Sure, no, I can appreciate all of that. What I'm looking for is kind of the business case for that from that perspective. Because what you've laid out to us, right, in your comments, which, by the way, is the first time I've heard it said that way, and forgive me if I just missed it in prior presentations or discussions, but basically, this could be a self-funding position,
Yep, I
Right.
understand, yes,
right? But I haven't seen the numbers that say that's the case,
got it.
right? And before we commit, or I commit, to funding it full-time, I want to know those dollars are there, right?
Got
And
it.
it'd be nice to have a track record of having the dollars in the door, and then say, we found the dollars,
I understand. Okay,
all right?
I do.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much. Mrs. McCarthy-Vane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would like to join my colleagues in thanking both of you, Selma and Terry, for being here. And having spoken on many occasions with both of you throughout the year and with commission members, I am very grateful for the work that you all are doing and for the changes, improvements, and building on the foundation that has been there. So thank you, and for the presentation. Just to follow up to Chairman Flynn's comments, actually as a question first to you, Terry, when I hear you talking about what having a full-time or a part-time or a full-time halfway through the year position for the senior center does for you, I am not hearing you say that it solely allows you to do fundraising or grant writing, that there would be other activities as well that need to be addressed. You talked about the strategic plan. Am I right in that? And what's your expectation, or what would be your expectation in terms of how much of your time, if you were to be released of the senior center, obviously you'd still be supervising, but if there were a position,
Right.
how much of your time would be dedicated towards that?
I think my hope would be that I would represent the administration in areas that have to do with social needs. One thing would be, for instance, we're looking at a program called Aging in Place, and it's a model that has been done at Beacon Hill, Massachusetts. You know, it has a lot of potential, but each community that does that model tweaks it to make it unique to the community. And I'm familiar with it from my work in Westport and in other areas. And what has made it successful in New Canaan and other places requires some attention from someone who knows the community and the needs of seniors. It's just an example, but it's an area where I could lend my expertise, and I guess the ultimate goal would be not to be overly invested, but to have grassroots support, but that I would help to shape and make something good happen for the people in Fairfield, such would be the seniors and the families of seniors. That's an example. You know, I do think there's a lot to be brought together. It could be me that I'm new, but just having a sense of the community social service agencies. Jewish Family Services just came into town, you know, and just to kind of bring everybody together would, I think, enhance and strengthen the fabric of families and people that are struggling in Fairfield. So that's just one example. So I'm hoping my community partnerships, organization skills would help in that way. Does that answer your question?
It does, in part. I guess partly a follow-up comment. As the first selectman said, I am very much in support of how we as a town do go after grants as we're able to do so. And obviously, Ed Bowman is a great example. We've all had Ed before us for many different grants and have had conversations with various department heads about grant opportunities. What I'm aware of about grant writing is that it takes a tremendous amount of time. And so while I believe and advocate for us going after as many grants as we can, I would be cautious about relying on competitive grants, especially when we're competing perhaps against some of those same senior centers that we're talking about sharing best practices with for an ongoing position. Not to say that we should not continue to seek out those resources, just to be clear. I have a couple follow-up questions as well, if I may continue, related to IT and the My Senior Center program and our new website. So one of the questions is, as the town website gets a makeover, how will the My Senior Center program interact with that at all, or are they completely separate organizationally? And part two of that is the constant comment as well. Is there any possibility that the new website will offer services that may allow you to not necessarily have that expense?
I do
minimal
not
as it
think
may
the new
be.
website is connected to my senior center. That would be a separate software. I would defer to Ron Atwater, who's here, who is our volunteer, really helping to implement the My Senior Center software. But having the emails of the seniors and people who are participating in the department as clients and as customers, residents, we would be able to then have the constant contact, which we have budgeted for this coming year, having access to those emails. So how the two actually connect, I'm not good at explaining it, but I do know the My Senior Center has collected many of the emails, and we would be using those to then go ahead this next year with the constant contact. That would allow us to send out those email blasts to let them know what's going on, to get information out to people. I think it was just $500, but I thought it was worth to get going on that.
Okay, and at Saturday's session, and thank you, by the way, for hosting that, one of the things that I heard is that Mr. Atwater is kind of the technical support for My Senior Center. Does he work in conjunction with our town IT department, or is he solely responsible for that in conjunction with anyone else on your staff at this point?
Well, at the moment, I would say really Ron Atwater, as well as other volunteers, have been the foundation and the sole supporter and instigator and implementer of the My Senior Center. That was a donated gift from Cindy Bigelow. But no, Ron has been sharing his expertise with the staff, so we get trained and up to date. But he's really devised this, and we do work in conjunction with the IT. I mean, we let them know and we work together. But the main bulk of the work is done by Ron.
Well, thank you to Mr. Atwater and all your volunteers. That's it for me for now.
All right, I'm going to bring this to a close. I will note that the rest of their budget, and thank you for this, is actually down a little bit. Yes, is down a little bit year over year, and I'm going to go to Mrs. Gardner for an answer to Mr. Walsh's question.
Yeah, that particular line item is intended to be based upon historical actual. If you look at the book, 11 was $1,100 or something like that. 13 actual is $1,600. Year-to-date through January is about $2,100. I don't remember the anomaly that happened in 2012. The actual there is $11,000.
Can we just follow up
But-
on that one and see if there was a purchase or something that went
Yeah.
through there?
But the idea was to be kind of like a three-year average based upon the 1,000 to 1,000, and this year is approximately 2,000 and running.
How do we know when you're using three-year averages versus throwing out an anomaly of a specific year? I mean, you guys can't even talk about it now.
Well,
so-
if you look at, and last year, we introduced the concept in revenue. Revenue is defined. You know, basically, it's either a contract, or it's a three-year average, or the department head tells you exactly why it's different. Basically, when we talk to department heads, we guided them to your average unless you think it's different, and then of course you got the department head, first selectman, meeting where
Yep.
where they get to
Since
where-
I'm getting
where
reference
it's
to that.
evaluation of what the number is based upon department input.
Yeah. Simply put, we do look at the historical average to make sure that we're actually spending the money that we have budget. In a number of cases, if we've gone throughout the budget, we found historically we were spending less than what was budgeted. Because of the presentation in the budget book, you have, in this case, a fiscal 14 budget and fiscal 15 budget. They can look the same, even though the history may not be spending it. But it's not a formula in that sense. It's having a discussion with the department head to say what has happened, what will happen, are there any changes that have come through? And you'll see as you go through this line by line, there's certain budgets, certain line items, certain budgets, certain departments where things have changed. The regulations have changed, the mandates have changed, more training's necessary, so it may not follow the average in that sense. So we are basically taking it literally line by line, looking for a rationale with the discussions with the department heads. To the extent that we can't remember, and I apologize, I can't remember every single line item in this book. That's why I do rely on Ms. Gardner, who sits in on those sessions, to kind of help with an explanation on those where we can.
I think there was a purchase that, as I recall, we had in 2000.
He'll get us
Okay,
he'll
got
get
it.
us the answer. I don't want to speculate on it due to the hours. Are you all set?
Yeah, the only thing I guess I question is, and Bob, I guess this is to you. You told us that in this budget book, basically numbers come from 3 areas, and now I'm hearing a 4th area. I've heard it comes from actually having numbers. I've heard it's come from a 3-year average. We do a historical analysis, and there's also calculations. But now there seems to be a 4th model where we do something else. Is that
That's an incorrect misunderstanding.
okay?
But let's start. Mr. Mayor did say that, but when he said that, he was talking about the revenue numbers.
Okay.
So when projecting those, so your first 3 components, 3-year average, formula, or a specific number due to a grant, applies to revenues.
Okay.
In terms of the expenses, it's really kind of a line by line. Let's look at the history. Let's look at what has taken place. It's not blindly taking a 3-year average, because especially if there's an anomaly, we want to understand what took place. And given the last 2 years of experiences, there have been a number of anomalies we wanted to talk through, and it's, is it something we project happening again? There also are cases where regulations or requirements have changed. Training's the one that comes to mind most often in that regard, where there's another certification that's needed, or training has been upgraded in certain classifications that are needed to do the job. So we have, certainly we'll look forward to doing those. So that's all. It's one's revenues, one's expenses. I think the takeaway on the expense side is we're doing it, going through, taking a look at what has happened in history. The 3-year number is just analogous because it happens to be what's in the book, so we can look at that. We look at where we are in the current year and do our best to project what it should be for next year in conjunction with discussions with the department heads so that what we're doing has their support.
So those 3 methodologies, though, just apply to income. So in income, it's either a calculation, an actual number, or a 3-year average.
Then I'm going to refer you back to Mr. Mayor, who kind of does the revenue numbers just to confirm, but that was my memory of the...
I think we're making this a little bit more complex than it is. I'm going to try to simplify.
Let's try to simplify quickly, because I'm going to
Quickly.
move on.
3-year average, yes. Source document, yes. The 3rd category is department estimate, which is a combination of calculation and department head input on activity and in history, and as Mr. Tetral just pointed out, any changes in rules, regulations, or processing. And basically those same 3 are what drive the expenses as well. It's just that you don't have as many, in revenue, there's a lot of source documentation, the grants, the contracts, et cetera, the lease agreements, et cetera. But we haven't, and I'm just thinking through your comments, your question, I'm going to try to figure out a way to kind of maybe in the future do an indicator somehow or something as to what the, because we do have it for revenue now. We do have it in there. It's clear. It's concise. I'm not exactly sure how to do it to revenue, and that's the end.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anything else? Mr. Beck, I want to close this down, so it better not, don't be redundant.
No, just quick, just a request, building off on your end. On Saturday, you guys mentioned, when we started talking about the part-time, one of the things that you guys had wanted to get accomplished is more of a long-term plan, and this person doing that. Building off on the idea of grants, or if we only funded certain things, could you maybe get a little more of an estimate and possible grant options on that component as well, and just send that back to us? So that's all, just on the request side.
Thank you. Mr. DeWitt, did you have anything?
Just that
All right.
data should come, like, in the next couple days?
Yes.
Just
Yes.
so we're clear, right?
So if we could get it before we vote, preferably sooner rather than later. Yeah. I'm going to, seeing no more comments from the board, I'm going to turn it over to the public. I'm going to ask you to come up to the microphone, identify yourself and your address, and please be brief in your comments. And also try not to be redundant with what the other speakers have said, so new comments or whatever. So feel free, come on up. Thank you very much. Thank you. And ladies, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
It's greatly appreciated.
I'm Bruce Carter, and I've been on the commission for a year and a half or 2 years now. I was on the commission before, 20-some-odd years ago, with Selma. And when we took it from being run by the town to taking it over to private contractors. A quick comment, kind of a point of order about what happens if the finance disagrees with the first selectman and how does that go through. I was the chairman of the Public Health and Safety Committee. The first selectman said no new fire truck. Finance said no new fire truck. We did an analysis of it. The Public Health and Safety Committee, right before the vote on the budget, put the fire truck back in the budget. It passed. Did the same thing with the police boat. Police boat was not in the budget, not in the budget. We had no police boat at all. Turned it right around, put it back in the budget. The Public Health and Safety Committee passed it. The parking lot on the north side that you park in, I did that. I did that in the last meeting of the year at the RTM meeting. They didn't know how they were going to do it. It's decided we're going to vote no. I got a calculator. I borrowed it from Doug Conway. Got a piece of paper, ran it all out. Up the fees a little bit for the parking. That parking lot, I added the lights, I added the pavement, and that big wall across the back, I paid to make that wider. So there are just three that come to mind where don't worry about the process. If this is important, you know, it'll come back. And if we have to make more presentations, of course we will. And if it's important enough to the RTM, well, maybe it'll go. What we're doing here is we're really kind of running a business on the senior center. And you're kind of in a bind because you say, hey, you know, we want to increase services and we want to make more happen. And, but well, we really don't have the resources to make that happen. So how do you say, do you invest in the person and get the services up to snuff? Or do you go along with the experience you had in the last year where you haven't invested in a person and the services are not up to snuff? So you have to think about that. When I expanded businesses, I had to train a whole bunch of people, and then we went out and did the service. So you didn't put the service out and just hope you had somebody to do it. We had it all organized before. One of the things the senior center is it's really underutilized for the rest of the town. It's almost really should be with a lot more of the community. So I've been in a railroad club for 30 years. And we needed a place to have an event. And the schools got way expensive. And you understand it. Well, you got to have a janitor here, you have to have somebody here, you have to have it open at 7 a.m., you have to have it closed at 5 p.m. And it got prohibitive, and we stopped having the train show. It was a big deal when we did one of the first ones because it was the 350th anniversary of the town. We had hundreds and hundreds of people come out. Jackie Durrell was great, Board of Education great. We had big turnout. And this is the 375th. So we've been around with this train show for a while. We've really looking forward to doing it. What's important about that is a bad train show for us brings in 800 adults. Forget counting kids. You can't. They're going like this. It's not going to happen. But you can count adults when they come through the door. A good show is about 1,400 coming through the door. This senior volunteer group has done, we're on the TV. People have called me about the TV. They've called me about the radio. You see a few signs around town. The senior center is going on the map for other people than seniors big time on Saturday. I would hope we have 1,400. We're going to have a table set up, and we're going to enroll people to join into the senior center. So let's pick up. So I set an arbitrary goal. I said, let's get 100 more people in. Okay? Well, that takes time, and that takes energy. And Terry, are you back there? Because you got to get up and be there at 7 o'clock in the morning. You got to unlock the doors. Okay. So we're going to do that. Now, there were some comments made to me about a week ago about food services and how it's kind of a boring lunch and so forth. Real quick. I brought someone in to discuss with Terry about revamping the kitchen. I've talked to some restaurants about doing better food service. But that takes bodies and that takes people. But I think if you look at it, you say, well, what do you do first? Do you have the person first and try to get the services? Or do you just kind of hope you get the services and maybe catch up to the person later? That's what you're voting for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I'll be very brief. My name is Jerry Stillman, 71 Somerset Avenue in Fairfield. I've previously sent you all a number of mailings regarding the needs of seniors. I've also formed an organization called Fairfield Senior Partners. I'm going to read a very brief statement. I'm going to ask you all to consider not the budgets having to do with seniors around the margins, but a new vision of older adults as in informing your budget decisions. Our seniors have built and enriched this community, our schools, churches, parks, libraries, and businesses, shaping much of the recent history which we celebrate this year. Now we are in the midst of an historic demographic change. The GI generation and the silent generation are being joined by a surge of older baby boomers, adding a new dimension to the senior label. These distinct groups have contrasting values, attitudes, experiences, and expectations. According to the 2010 census, our older adults in Fairfield, 62 and above, make up 10,600 people in this town. 10,600. That's 18% of our population, and it's 27% of our registered voters. 27%. We have, in terms of overall, aside from the senior center, we have over 2,000 residents over age 65 living alone. If you look again at the census, the 60 to 64-year-old age group surged in the last census by 40%. The groups after them have surged, not equally, but also surging. So the historic surge of baby boomers is dramatically increasing the number of seniors, in bold, deciding if they will remain in Fairfield, and considering the message given by the following. Number one, the proposed budget before you includes two major lines directly targeting seniors: the tax relief program and much of the human services budget, which includes the senior center. Compared to the proposed budget 1 year ago, the tax relief line is budgeted at $295,000 less, and the human services budget is $160,000 less. In total, the proposed commitment of services and benefits directly targeting our seniors is just 1.7% of a $270 million budget. By most measures, and for many years, we have overlooked or dismissed the needs of our seniors. And I'll pass on to the next comment. We applaud the RTM for their success in largely improving the tax relief programs. However, we must be attentive to frequent overstatements or misunderstandings of their actual total benefits to seniors and cost to the town. And I will point to, with all due respect, Michael and I have discussed this $500,000 increase. It's a misstatement of the fact. However, actual benefits amounted to last year, $4.55 million was budgeted for this tax relief program. However, actual benefits amounted to approximately $3.8 million, resulting in a surplus of over $700,000, which is being used currently to meet shortfalls elsewhere in the budget. It seems only right that surpluses in this program be restricted to senior-related expenditures or reserves. Number four, recent changes to the tax deferral option included, which our first selectman referred to.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up
I'm going to be very quickly here. Include a significant expansion of the portion of property taxes which can be deferred by eligible seniors. However, the age of eligibility for new applicants has been raised from 65 to 75. Of Fairfield seniors age 65 and above, fewer than 25% are directly benefiting from the tax relief program. This is all at a time when so many seniors are evaluating whether Fairfield is right for them. The last point I will make is that, again, we cannot afford to lose our seniors. I've made an estimate, anyone can challenge it, but it should be debated, that every time a senior homeowner leaves Fairfield and sells, the cost to the town over the next 5 years is approximately $100,000. So I think we need a new vision for our seniors in celebration of what they've done for our town, and thinking about them seriously for the future, and as they leave, what it does to our bottom line in a very, very negative way. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Carol Way, RTM District 5. Before that, I became District 5 just as of November of this past year, the same year in which I sold my house because my taxes had gone in the 18 years that I owned it from $3,600 to almost $14,000. And because I was the RTM representative, one of the RTM representatives from District 10, I also had almost $3,000 worth of flood insurance costs. As a single person who came to Fairfield almost 35 years ago, and at that time I was married, and at the end of a 28-year marriage, I chose to stay in Fairfield, realizing that it was an expensive state as well as an expensive city to live in as a single person. But it really did reach a point where, as I served on the bipartisan senior and disabled tax relief committee for over, it's now 3 years, almost 3 years that I've been on it, as I started looking at all of the details in connection with the programs that we were putting together, it suddenly dawned on me that I was one of those who could qualify. And it said to me that this was really a terrible situation to be in. It is a situation where you are losing the diversity of this community. And it was one of the things, when I came here as a corporate wife, I spent 4 months looking at New Canaan. I looked at Westport, Weston, Wilton, Trumbull, all of these communities. I chose Fairfield 35 years ago because of its diversity, because of what I saw as a wonderful community that was not too shishy and that was a place where you had all ages who could stay and live here and give all of their great talents. And Tom Flynn, you can do that to me, but I'm still going to finish. The other thing that I see here, the other thing that I see here too, is that we've hired a fantastically competent person to head up social services in this community. I don't believe that this person expected to come from Westport and to have to serve with opening up the senior center on Saturday mornings, with having to be there because you have to have someone of a certain, it has to be a paid person, it has to be someone who has certain qualifications and so on that has to be there. I don't believe that she expected to have to be opening up on Wednesday evenings when we've done new programs, things of that sort. The other thing, and I think shame on us, with all that we spend with administrative salaries throughout this town, that we cannot put together even a part-time salary for a director of senior services. Shame on us in connection with that. The other thing that I want to say, too, is that I spent over 30 years in the nonprofit sector. I am a certified fundraising executive, and that requires at least 10 years in the fundraising field, a 6-hour exam, like the SATs, the rest of it. And when you start talking about writing grants and things of that sort, it's an area that I know quite a bit about. And they're not easy to get. It takes time, you're in competition, and it is not a long-term answer. And as Jerry said just a few minutes ago, we did put together a package for senior and disabled tax relief at a certain level. We did not use that. I believe there was $750,000 that was left over from last year's budget, and that's been absorbed in some other place. I think that you really need to look at this because the more seniors you lose, I think you really are losing a great deal in connection with this community.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Legary. I live at 245 Uncle Road, Mosswood. And I want to, first of all, thank you very much, Mr. Flynn, for changing the time of this wonderful meeting. As you can see, we did get quite a few people out here. Unfortunately, we thought the meeting was at Fairfield Woods School. So there may be people down there waiting for the meeting. I'm sure if they find out we're here, they'd be here. I just want to concur.
They're allowed to speak longer down there.
Well, Carol's a hard act to follow. She has a lot of good thoughts, as well as our director has, as well as Mrs. Cohen has. I'm also on the Human Services Commission, and I just want to concur with everything they said. And again, I just want to state to you that we are asking for a moderate amount of money. We're not asking for an outrageous sum, and we're not asking for a handout. We know that this money can be spent in many ways at the senior center to enhance all of our programs there. I find it mind-boggling that the logic of Fairfield, you ask us to increase the number or the many uses of the senior center, but you don't give us the tools to do it with. I can't imagine you asking any other department to do the same thing. You want results, but you really don't want to pay for it. Well, go out and look for funding, go out and look for grants, go out and look for everything. You are tying our hands behind our backs, and it's pretty hard to untie that. Money's allotted to nonprofits for services. However, I don't ever hear about that money being accounted for. I'd like to know what goes on with that money and what happens to it. You nickel and dime a very important part of our population, and we're both taxpayers and also voters, so please don't forget that important part. I really think you have a moral and a financial responsibility to fund this program. Numbers are meaningless if a whole segment of our population is being ignored, and I feel we are. The time for talk is over. Now is the time for action. We are committed to this department, and it is time now for your commitment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please. You need to state your name and your address, please. Thank you.
My name is Barbara Markells. I live at 324 Roland Road. I'm 60 years old this month, and I consider myself a senior. I was introduced about a month ago to program there and went on a Saturday morning with friends to play pickleball. And pickleball's a racket sport. And a lot of these people play pickleball. And I go, I'm 60 years old, but I want to be like those 70-year-olds and those 80-year-olds that are hitting the ball and moving around. And if they need a little bit of program money, or I guess I'll include myself, if we need a little bit of program money to keep healthy and active and fit, it's like pay now for a little bit of program or pay later for a lot of health problems. I want to be like the 30 people that were there on Saturday playing pickleball, and I'm happy to be a part of that, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ron Atwater. I'm a volunteer at the center. I live at 134 Millard Street in Fairfield. And I will tell you that pickleball is extremely popular, so popular, in fact, that we have installed a defibrillator across from the auditorium. We have. I'll be very, very brief. I'll be very, very brief. You know, a budget is a lot more than dollars and cents. It really is a reflection of the values that we have as a community. And I must say that I disagree with the first selectman. I have great respect for him. But he did not give us his support before the Board of Selectmen last year when we made our proposals, nor did he give us his support when we appeared before the RTM to try and get a reversal. I will say this in the matter of fairness. We spend a projected expenditure of, I think, $15,000 per student per year in our school district. I think I'm right in that. And I don't see why, in our hearts, we can't find $1 or $2 or $300 to spend on a member of the senior center. We have an excellent, extraordinary director who has made dramatic changes at the senior center. I can't begin to tell you how much respect I have for her. And what I wish for her is that she be allowed to do her job with minimal interference from the administration, and that you all find it in your hearts to give her the support that she needs, because I know that if you do that, you will wind up with an extraordinary senior center. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I will be very brief. Not something I'm known for. Palmer Senator, 42 Pilgrim Lane. I'm a member of the Top 10 Committee and also a member of the FSCA Association as well. What I have to say is this. Fairfield's oldest population has been treated like second-hand citizens for far too long. It is time that this is stopped. Although we may have a few aches and pains here and there, we are not charitable cases. We are vital, tax-paying, and voting members of this community, and as such, merit and anticipate the same considerations given to our younger constituents. Like them, we want and expect a good return of services for our tax dollar, a good quality of life, safety, recreation, and education, to name a few. For many years, we have financially invested in the needs and wants of our community. It is well past the time that the rest of our community recognize our great value and invest in us. 1% appropriation to us for the tax dollars that we pay into this system is deplorable. And if perhaps we took all the seniors' property taxes and put it in a kitty and let us take out what we feel we deserve and should have and give the rest to you, maybe that would be a fairer way to deal with it. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. Jennifer Hochberg, RTM District 7. I have also had the pleasure of serving on the Human Services Commission for 3 years prior to being on the RTM. So I have a soft spot for this matter at hand. I believe that a senior center director is essential, full-time or part-time. I had the chance with other RTM members this past Saturday to attend the open house, and what a difference that I've seen from my time on the commission a few years ago. I have one word to describe the senior center: vibrant. Keep that word in mind. Terry has done an amazing job thus far, but one person cannot do the job of two people. I also take into mind one of the comments made by one of the members of the commission that the center is underutilized from what I've seen, what I saw on Saturday, and I thought about it a little bit more. I agree with that statement. Please keep all of that in mind and everyone's thoughts that were spoken tonight in just making the decision to hire or to put into the budget a senior center director. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Linda DiLorenzo, 210 Roland Road. I'm a lifelong resident here in Fairfield. As a matter of fact, I thought we were going to meet at Fairfield Wood School, and that's where I went as a child. So I won't tell, well, I could tell you my age. I was just 69 years old. I'm retired, and the position I retired from was Executive Director of Southwest Connecticut Agency on Aging. So obviously, I'm very well acquainted with aging issues and trends. I'm also on the Human Service Commission, and that's why I'm on the Human Service Commission. I don't want to bore you with everything that's said. You know that the elderly is the fastest growing population we have in this country, and we've got to meet those needs. In the 14 towns in the southwest part of the state, as well as the rest of the state, I visited most of the senior center through my years. Everyone has a director. Everyone has someone that does day-to-day operations. I'm sorry that Terry didn't expound a little bit more on what she would do if she had a director. She's going to do more than fundraising and grant writing. We have two departments here. I'm also well acquainted with the history of the town. This is before this administration. There was a director at the senior center, and the social service department was separate, and the senior services were separate. And not under this administration, but under the last administration, I guess for lack of a better word, I just say that that position was diluted, was merged into both departments. And I feel that the senior center, and I'm there, I'm a member, I know everything Terry does, I've known her for years, we really deserve to have a full-time director. We really deserve in this town to have a premier senior center. And it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen until we get that position. We have a lot of older adults in this community who are aging in place, and they deserve it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Great. We would like to thank the members of the public for their comment on this item. And I'll turn it back over to the board for any further thoughts. Seeing none, we'll wrap up this budget. We're going to go to quickly to the Health Department budget because it's part of this block, and then we'll move on to Public Safety right after. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Brown for a couple minutes. Go ahead.
What's that?
You never come late to a meeting again.
Well, thank you very much. As most of you know, I'm Sans Cleary, and I have with me my nursing supervisor, Joanne Ryan. So just to talk about our budget a little bit. Overall, it's a 2.6% increase. If you look at that outside of our primary request, that's a 0.5% increase. For the department.
Point of order, Mr. Brown. Could you ask folks to be quiet and back so we can hear Mr. Cleary?
Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you.
If you look at my budget as for the previous 5 years, the line items that I have control over outside of contractual increases I have not requested any increases over the past 5 years. This is the sixth year where all those line items that I have control over have remained with no additional increase in funding. We've moved some chairs around in terms of increase some, decrease some, but we haven't asked for any additional funds. This is the first year where we felt we needed to come and ask for the positions that we did ask for. And so we did put in a request for 3 part-time positions, 2 health aides, and 1 part-time nurse for a total of just a little over $57,000 total cost. So I'll focus my comments on just those issues at this point. We have 4 primary reasons that we brought this request to the First Selectman. There's been a couple legislative changes that have caused some increase in our demands. In addition to those increases in demands, we're also seeing increases in demands in the services that we're being asked for currently, and we're looking at out in the future to see that trend increasing or at least not decreasing in any significant way. We've had some reduction in clerical support due to reductions that have been made town-wide. The school system included lost several clerical positions at the high school level, and that impacted our clerical support. And then also, just in looking at what is the industry standard, we find that we're operating somewhat below what the industry standard is. So I'll go into briefly into each of those 4 points. There's been 2 legislative changes regarding 504s and homebound legislation that have resulted in some increases for us. The 504 legislation basically means that there are more more children requiring these 504 plans, which involve a health component to that, which involves the nurses being involved. These just, in general, increase the number of meetings that the nurses have to attend, particularly, and these positions are focused on secondary school level. Middle school and high school is where these positions would support. The 2 health aides one would be at each high school, and the part-time nurse would float between the 3 middle schools. These 504 meetings, and we're seeing this same increase in other meetings, take the nurse out of the office and reduce the services we can provide and provide an increase in sort of stress and pressure in the office. We're also seeing, as a result of these meetings and other meetings, that we are seeing an increase of the number of care plans that result from these 504 meetings. And with every meeting comes this additional work, and these include care plans, emergency medication plans, medication plans, emergency plans. All of those emergency plans have to have emergency drills done, they have to have teacher training, and they have to do, every time one of those children goes on a field trip, there has to be a field trip plan and training for the teachers going on the field trip. And then the homebound legislation is that children who are receiving education services at home, it requires more of the nursing staff in terms of consultation with the students' doctors to provide adequate documentation, ensure the documentation is there to support that. And so those are some of the legislative impacts that are that we're seeing. At the high school and middle school levels, we're seeing increases in we're seeing a general trending increase between the 11-12 and 12-13 year. We saw student visits to the nurse's office. This is just the episodic care, the routine care, that what you think of as a kid going to the nurse, going up by 5%. The medications that the nurse administers to the students has gone up by 41.5% at these levels. The team meetings, these are not just the 504s, but this is the PPTs and the meetings that the nurse participates in prior to the plan for these meetings, has gone up by 47% just in that 1 year. And we see that trend has been increasing slowly, and based on the enrollments at the schools that we see and the K through 5 enrollments, we don't see that's going to decrease in any way. We project it's probably going to continue an increase in the near future. These number of meetings are essentially reflective of the increase in the complexity of the student medical issues that the nursing program is dealing with. Regarding the clerical support reductions, you know, the school nurses don't have any in-office clerical support. They rely on, historically we receive 20 hours per nursing office, so 50 hours, 100 hours total for the 3 middle schools and 2 high schools per year. That was reduced as everybody took hits several years ago when those reductions happened. We've been sort of rolling with it and living with a total of 10 hours of clerical support per year for the nursing offices in the schools. These positions can provide some relief there as well. The health aid positions that we would put in the schools would be first aid trained lay persons that can provide some basic first aid, some basic care for episodic care, and can provide coverage to the office when the nurses have to be at these meetings, and also provide some clerical support to the nurses to allow them to do this complex planning and training that needs to go on every single day at the schools. And then, just lastly, the National Association of School Nursing has standards set, and it's based upon the size of the population, the number of students, and the individual demographics within those schools. How many kids with these types of conditions, different levels, and we come up with a number. When you look at the population that we have, the National Association of School Nursing says that we should have 11.9 nurses in the schools. Currently, at that level, we have 8.9. So we're roughly at 75% of where we should be. And as you know, as most lawyers know, when you're operating below the industry standard, what the recommendation of your own industry says you should have, it puts you at a sense of a greater liability. Our proposal here is that we would close that gap. We're not asking for 3 full-time positions, but we're looking at to close that gap by half by requesting 3 part-time positions, not even quite filling that with nursing, but with the health aides and the part-time nurse. And so we'd still be under that, so essentially, that's where we bring this request to you. It's the legislative changes, the increase in demands, some reduction in clerical support, and that we're operating below industry standards. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Go to the Mr. Dewitt.
Good evening, Ms. Cleary. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Quick question. Nurse 5 and Nurse 6, those are just levels, I'm assuming?
In 5 and 6, yes.
6 is a lower, I'm sorry for...
6 is a higher level.
6 is a higher level, okay.
And 5 is a registered nurse, and 6 is a nurse with a bachelor's degree.
Okay, great. And I see some of the juggling of 5s and 6s here. But I got to tell you, for the last couple of years, I've appreciated the fact that your budget has always been under, and I think you've got a really well thought out plan here with 3 part-time aides with the schools, and I'd be supportive of supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. I'll go to Mr. Stone.
I don't know who this is for, but why isn't this budget in the school budget? Or most of it?
Historically, when they created the health department, the town charter put the authority of health services in the schools under the Board of Health, and the Board of Health is on the town side and supports and it provides policy and guidance for the health department. Essentially, typically, in most towns, it's a cost savings measure to have the school medical advisor also provide support to the health department so that the school system doesn't have to maintain a separate school medical advisor, the town doesn't have to have a separate, entirely separate medical supervisor, and the health department doesn't have to have a separate medical school supervisor. So, for example, our school medical advisor also serves as our well child clinic director. We have to have a physician on payroll to support that, and also the same physician provides services for the town in providing employee physicals. And
If I might add to that, there are also certain state statutes that SANS operates under, like you're officially, your position's a state office, I think, in terms of, we've got to officially appoint you and register you with the state to be our health director here.
That's correct, yeah. I'm appointed by the Board of Health with the approval of the selectmen, and that goes to the Commissioner of the Department of Public Health, who approves my position.
So to the point that even when SANS takes a vacation, he's got to designate who the health director is in his absence. So there are a number of official duties that go along with that.
I understand all that. It just seems a lot of it's totally, school-related.
Yes, about 70% of our budget is our school health program.
Right.
And it's not atypical throughout the state, especially in larger cities, to have school nursing be supportive of, under the health department.
Yeah, my only point is when we're trying to figure out what we're really spending on education, this is part of it, and it doesn't reflect in the school budget. So that's the only point I want to make.
I understand that, yep.
Anything else, Mr. Stone? That's it. Mr. Walsh?
Good evening, Sans. Could you talk to some of your revenue lines on why some of them are going up by some pretty drastic percentages? I mean, they're not a lot of dollars, but are there new programs or new sources of revenue that, some of these percentages that you have going up in your revenue are 64%, 50%, 40%? Are these actual numbers that you know are coming in, or are they estimates by what you're getting?
Well, when you look at the dollar amounts, when you say it's gone up by 64% under our pool permits, we have 16 pools in town that are licensed. The license fee is $100. There's a few other variables that come in there, but it's essentially a difference of $700.
I know it's not a lot of money. It's just, do we have the same 16 pools, or are we adding pools?
We do. Typically, sometimes they a pool will be out of service for a time. Back a couple years ago, there was I think it was Graham-Baker Act that required the renovation of a lot of pools. Fairfield Beach Club pool was out for a time period, and some of I don't think that lapsed an entire license year, but there was a couple of pools that that Act required new types of drain covers to be
Drain covers,
installed,
yep.
and
Yep.
pools were closed for a time. So there's some variable there, but typically we have the same 16 pools that we have every year. Some of the other variables, we do see in any given year at license time, a number of restaurants will be under renovation or closed and trading hands, as you deal with all the time.
Yep.
So we'll see some variability there, and depending on the types of establishments, varying from a $100 license fee to a $450 license fee. If you have a few of those closed, you'll see a few percentage point difference there.
What's the environmental line for?
That is sort of
Gone up 90%.
It's
pretty much close to it.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of lumps in a variety of different smaller fees. Like we have a sandblasting permit fee. We have a couple well permit fees that we don't get a lot of. A couple years ago, there was a surge in geothermal wells, and that's a $25 fee that we charge for a well permit fee. And so the numbers go up slightly there. And then in addition to that, I think that is where we place like radon kits, the fees that we collect from the radon kits and tick testing. And so it's sort of a general, where it's something that's not worthy of having its own separate line item. We kind of lump those sort of small fees that we collect in.
Are some of these fees going up because the actual amount of the fee is going up?
In some cases, yes. Like our radon kits, the price went up recently over the last couple of years from $10 to now I think we're charging $20.
Okay. All right. All I have.
Okay, Mr. Walsh. Ms. McCarthy-Vahey?
Thank you. Thank you to the Health Department for such great budgeting over the years. And I think, as Mr. DeWitt said, I think you did a great job presenting the information here and outlining the 4 areas and reasoning for these positions. I just want to go back to one statistic that you mentioned in the second part of your presentation, the increase in the number of student visits.
Mm-hmm.
You said, I believe it was, so the 11 to 12-year-old and 12 to 13-year-old?
No, the school years, 11,
Okay,
12,
11.
12 to 13.
So that's what one of my questions. So those were the school years. The increase was 5% each year in regular visits.
Yes, and just the student visits. When we look at the middle schools and high schools combined as an aggregate and looked at the number of visits that we saw a 5% increase.
Okay. And then the medication, the increase in the number of visits for, I'm
Yes.
assuming, taking or
That same
receiving
year-
medications.
That same year, we saw an increase of 41.5% in medications administered by the nurse. That's sheer
41.
numbers of, every time a nurse administered a medication, it's recorded in our database, and that number increased just that year. We see these increases over years, but why we're bringing this to you is we're seeing larger than normal increases year over year, and we're sort of highlighting that year as an example to show that how these demands placed on it. Every one of those interactions, going from, I think the numbers are, 600 and some odd medications to 1,200 medications, or just under 1,200 medications. Every one of those is an interaction, a check, a verification that it was taken properly, documentation of that, and it's, when you see that, it's not just, come on in, Johnny, here's your bill, thank you very much, see you later. We have to make sure that it's done according to industry standards.
Right, it's time and resources. And part of my question with that is there any legislation that's also impacting that number? Is that simply an increase in the number of visits because we have that many more students who are taking medication who need to be coming in, or was there any kind of legislative impact that influences that number?
I don't think there's any legislative changes, no.
No legislative changes, but, sometimes
Closer to-
medications are given differently. There are some, there was kind of a trend with certain medications that they be given during the school day, and then that trend moved to giving medications every 12 hours to students at home, and now it's trending back again, that we're seeing these medications given during the school day. And in addition, we just have more kids on medications in the school. We are seeing it. Years and years ago, if you go back, the numbers were much higher. And then they kind of, became lower just because of the protocols, medication protocols changing. But we are seeing quite an increase again at the secondary level, which is not so typical because a lot of those kids may self-administer medications.
Great. Well, I appreciate hearing the numbers and the data because I know, having had conversations with Sarah Levy and members of the Board of Education and central office staff, anecdotally at the Fairfield Cares Group, that they're seeing more kids coming in. So I'm also interested in what we can do to prevent some of that. Medication is a different issue, but in terms of some of those more general visits, which sometimes
And
can be
I think there is a lot of planning that's done, and part of this is what Sands is talking about. The nurse is part of the collaborative team in the school, and so they need to be able to meet with guidance, to make plans for kids who are maybe having difficulties in school and it's manifesting themselves, showing up in the nurse's office or showing up in guidance. And when they show up in both places, they need to communicate and create a plan for that child so that they can remain in the classroom.
And that leads me to one more question. It's my understanding that the nurses also are doing work in terms of prevention effort. I've heard about some nurses who are doing mindfulness work with kids in terms of dealing with stress,
yes.
because that's often an issue that leads kids to the nurse's office.
Yes, we do have our nurse at Stratfield School who has really spearheaded some efforts over there very successfully. And absolutely working with teachers and parents and collaboration and doing this, not taking out kids from the classroom. So, I think that it takes a village. It does take a team effort, and the ability for the team members to communicate is, I think, part of what we're seeing is happening here and the need for that.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from the board? Any comments from the public? Seeing none, back to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Okay, thank you very much for your
Thank you very
presentation
much.
tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to the public safety area, but before we do, a couple general announcements. Number one, we're going to take a 5-minute recess at this time, and number two, we're going to start with the police department budget in deference to the public, who we know is here for that presentation. So we'll do public safety next, the police department. That'll follow a 5-minute break here. Thank you. Return to the table, and we're going to hear from the police department first this evening. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening. You got a cast of thousands here. So the first question is, if all you guys are here, who's out there?
Yes. Well, we have 24/7, we have officers out there, Mr. Chairman.
There we go.
Just to kind of give a brief, very brief overview, as most of you are very familiar with our operation, I just, for the sake of understanding how law enforcement has changed in the last 25 years, the demand for services and the type of services which we provide has changed over the last 25 years. Where law enforcement's role used to be a mile wide and an inch deep, our services are really requiring us to dig deeper into calls for service. And people expect more from us than just a response and a resolution. They're really looking for more of a problem-solving model in a lot of the things that we respond to. And I'll give you an example of it in the case of domestic violence incidents, where, as in the past, by state statute, if we have probable cause to make an arrest, we make an arrest, and that hasn't changed. An officer would respond to a domestic violence case, do an investigation, and if it warranted an arrest would be made. Report would be written, that report would go over to court. Now there's so many more steps involved in that take up officers' time. This is just one example of it. We now have offender GPS program, meaning that if offenders go to court and the court deems them to be a risk of reoffending, they may, and oftentimes do, enact the GPS on that subject, which means that if that offender comes in contact with a victim we are notified and steps are taken to locate that victim, to protect the victim from the offender. Again, just another process that takes time. In addition to that, we also do what is called a lethality assessment for our victims. Every time an officer responds to a domestic violence call, they spend time with the victim to determine whether or not there's the potential that this victim could be the recurring victim of a very serious injury or a fatal attack by the offender. Again, it takes time. It's a checklist. If it's determined that there is a risk, we put them in touch with the Center for Family Justice so that they can make a plan to protect the victim. One example of how we no longer respond to incidents going just an inch deep. We really have to delve into these instances. Another example of it would be our crisis intervention team. It's a national program whereby many of our patrol officers are trained in a little bit more training on how to respond to people in crisis. What we're seeing now is there are a lot of people in crisis, either be it from a mental health perspective, from a veteran's perspective, or some other reason why they're in crisis. In the past, our response would be to respond, come up with some short-term resolution. What these officers do and what it allows us to do is try to address it so we don't continually go back and forth to these individuals' locations. We try to resolve instances, and that requires a deeper dig, and it requires teaming up with Bridgeport Mental Health, requires teaming up with the Fairfield Counseling Services or others to try and get the resources that they need. It's something that's really the community is kind of expecting of law enforcement, and oftentimes people don't understand that the time that some of these instances take really requires a lot of work on our part. As you can imagine, our training needs are ongoing, and we really require to be up to speed on our ongoing training. Our partnerships, Fairfield cannot operate alone. Law enforcement in the town of Fairfield does not exist alone. We have to have partnerships with the federal government, the state government, and others to really fulfill our mission. Technology, we are still seeing an ever-increasing reliance on technology and information sharing, and many of the reporting formats that we used to utilize just don't are not available anymore to us. The ability to retrieve information quickly and from remote locations increases our officers' safety, enhances officers' ability to solve crimes, and share critical information. Officers can access critical information from their vehicles and other electronic devices such as smartphones. Officers can share pictures of missing children and suspected criminals almost instantaneously. We've utilized technology to our benefit. We have a department intranet, and that intranet allows officers on the road in their offices to log on and share or look at the same information no matter where you are. Part of that program involves a new launch of a program called Safe Return, which allows parents of children who are likely to wander to enroll in this program, where if officers locate an individual, a juvenile or an elderly senior for that matter, that we can't provide any information, we can log on to see whether that information matches our database. I just think it's important that you understand our demand for services. We have a traditional demand for services. We respond every day to calls for service, but our demand for those other non-traditional roles is ever increasing. Our Detective Bureau is investigating cases involving Facebook postings, Facebook harassments. These all require a lot of energy and a lot of time to do. So although we've relatively stayed the same size and the same funding pattern as before, those demands for services are really increasing, and it's important that you really understand it. And that's just kind of to highlight a little bit of it. As you know, just to touch on it, we have a traffic safety unit. That traffic safety unit is separate from our patrol division, and their main purpose is to focus on the safety of the traveling public as well as those pedestrian and bicyclists that operate throughout our town. They take three approaches to it. One is education. We want to make sure we educate the public in areas of DUI. We do mock crash investigations at the high schools. We participate with AAA on elderly safe driving initiatives to keep our elderly population driving safely. Those are the officers that utilize speed trailers and the message boards throughout town, click and ticket checkpoints, sobriety checkpoints. That's on an education side. On an engineering side, that's the second of a three-legged stool. It's education, engineering, and enforcement. On an engineering side, we look at them to help the engineering department and the police commission to gather statistics when they're making decisions on traffic signage, traffic lights, and other neighborhood problems. And from an enforcement side, it's pretty obvious there. Their role is to do selective enforcement, and over the last year, they've done 1,300 hours of selective enforcement in a variety of areas. Just kind of an overview of some of the things that we do that might be a little different than what people think.
Thank you, Chief. Let's get on to the budget part of the presentation. And Mr. Mayor, I've got a question for you and Mrs. Gardner before we delve into the budget. So the budget looks as though it's a 4.3% increase year over year. The major driver of that are salary increases, and I know that's not a real number from the standpoint of the different contracts, and isn't there some adjustment that needs to be done on the salary lines to be comparable year over year? Okay, so it's a 5% increase in salary year over year on an apples-by-apples basis?
It's a 5.5% increase from the 2010 salary to the 2014 salary.
Right, so it's not on an apples-by-apples basis. So I want to see it on the apples-by-apples basis is what I'm asking. What I'm saying is the 2014 number, budget number here, an accurate number, or does it not reflect a transfer from contingency into the department for salary expense for 2014? Have some water, please. And if it does reflect the appropriate amount, then why do we have a 5% increase year over year?
The fiscal 14 budget is the approved final fiscal 14 budget.
Right.
And what we do is we compare the original budget in 14 to the original budget of 15. I understand your concern about comparability because you have to take into account the fact that the police contract settled sometime after the 14 budget was finalized and therefore reflects salaries as of June 30, 2010.
Right.
So you're looking at a jump between what was approved
I know what I'm-
prospectively.
I know what I'm looking at. What I want to look at, though, is the actual difference year over year in salary expense. I know what this tells me,
Right.
and we're on the same page, so
okay.
thank you for the description. But what I want to know is, what are we actually paying in salaries for 2014 versus what are we budgeted to pay in 2015? And I don't, you may not have that here now.
No, we don't.
Right. But what I'm saying is year over year, when we say there's a 5% increase in salary expense, that's not accurate.
So you want a year by year based upon the latest contract change?
Yes.
Or- Got it.
Thanks. What's the increase called for in the contract year over year? What's the percentage increase? Do we know what it is off the top of our head? I mean, I know we got to get the number, but is it, I bet you guys know. Do you guys know?
I know that it's 5.5% over a 3-year period. I don't know the individual breakdown.
Right. Okay, so you guys know what we want. Okay. Mr. Becker? I'm sorry I preempted that, but I know that was the big question.
Thank you. Just quickly, just while we're in that same area in the budget, just the PFCH to DH for the deputy and the chief, is that just a different coding, or did something more drastic change? It's just labeled
They're
changing from two different things.
They're considered department heads, police and fire chief department heads. So they would be coded differently.
Before, they weren't considered department heads? There's sort of like a notation where it looks like they're being moved from one thing into department head.
No.
But it was just...
No, it's
just a labeling cleanup?
That's a double title. That
Okay.
was, they're called police and fire chiefs, but I wanted you to know they were classified as department heads.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Let's keep it to the salary lines for just now, in case there's any questions on this. Mr. Walsh?
Good evening, Chief. In regards to personnel, the only major change I see is adding one detective and taking one patrol officer off. Is that correct? Because there seems to be an increase from detectives from 15 in the fiscal year 14 budget to 16.
Page 213.
213. And then there seems to be a similar reduction, so you stay at the same number of officers.
Jim,
or-
I can answer that.
Okay.
We are receiving a Homeland Security grant, and so for a period of time, an officer has been reclassified to a detective, and we're simply reflecting that.
For a period of time, meaning the entire year?
Oh, for this year, but I don't know if it runs multi-years. You'd have to ask the police.
Yes, it's a 2-year commitment.
So it's...
But I didn't understand the question with regards to what they did to classify it differently. Yeah, we have an officer that's assigned to a federal investigative task force, and that's a 2-year commitment.
Okay, so for 2 years, that position's paid for by the federal government, that detective?
It's a portion of it, yeah. It's $60,000 a year back.
And what's the detective cost that, I haven't done the per cost. I don't know if you know it off the top of your head. I know. What?
It's a flat rate grant of $60,000 each year for 2 years. That's correct?
Correct.
Well, they're...
Yeah, well, Ms. Gardner's looking that up. So that new detective's assigned to specific work
Yes.
regarding Homeland Security?
Yes.
Correct? Okay, now what happens to that officer who's now taken off? Do we have to pay overtime now to fill that, for you to get coverage for the town?
Yeah, it would be, we're utilizing that $60,000 to cover that overtime.
All right, help me along here on how that's all working, because we're bringing him up to a position. Does that person get a higher salary when he moves from, or he or she moves from a officer, or like a patrol officer up to a detective? I presume is a higher salary grade, correct?
Yeah, I think it's an 8% that he gets increase.
8%?
Yep.
Okay. So we have an 8% increase in that salary, plus we have overtime costs that are associated with it to fill the officer's position?
Correct.
Do you know how much that is? I guess the question is what's the net real gain of this? Because we get 60,000, but we're increasing a salary, and we're also increasing, does this work out to be like, something like a $40,000 net gain or something else like that?
It's not a wash by any means. Difficult to calculate dollar for dollar. I think it does cost us something. We knew that going into it. The value that we get from this officer who serves in an intelligence capacity with the Department of Homeland Security has been invaluable. It's been a good investment from our standpoint.
Okay, and we've been doing this already, like last year, or is this the first year of the program?
We are in our second year currently.
When this program ends, would you anticipate keeping 9 detectives at that point in time?
9 to 10? No, that officer will revert back.
Reverts back to a patrolman.
And that's all fine with the union and stuff, reverting back and not having to get?
Yeah, there are periodic times when officers periodically have been assigned a different task force, depending upon the needs of the agency, and this is just like that.
Okay.
And we always have memorandums of understanding with the union that no one can retire at that temporary grade at all. It always reverts back.
And the reason I'm asking, I think, is in previous years, you've talked about how the Detective Bureau has been taking on more and more work.
Sure, yeah.
And I just didn't know whether this was a change in philosophy that you finally realized you might need another detective on a permanent basis, and we were going to be seeing this coming down the line or not.
No, I think if we had made that permanent move, that wouldn't have been done in isolation. You know, obviously, that would have been going through the appropriate boards to make that process. When there are periodic times when we assign somebody to a task force where that work relates more to that of a detective, and that would require the 8% more. But you know, as Chris said, they can't retire off of that, and they revert back to that similar status before they were assigned.
And the amounts that are on the overtime lines take into account the fact that you're going to have to be paying overtime on the patrol officer line, correct? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, any other questions on salary-related items? Mr. DeWitt?
Quick one. Good evening, Chief. How many open positions do you have that we're filling with overtime? It's the same question every year, right? So we have positions that we could fill,
Sure,
but you
yeah.
opt not to fill.
We have probably for the last 10 years maintained 2 open.
It is 2 still, right?
There is 2, yes. I believe there may be, we're in a point right now where we have had several retirements over the last year. And so we may right now be currently at a level of 3 vacancies.
Okay.
However, overall, we've carried those 2 vacancies. This is just, we're in the process of filling that 3rd extra vacancy.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, before we leave the salary lines, Mr. Becker.
Thank
and
you.
Mrs. Gardner, I'm going to come back to you for the answer to Mr. Walsh's question when Mr. Becker's done.
So we went from 14 to 15 last year, and now 15 to 16 this year.
No, last year, that 15 was an error. Munis did not pick up the officer as a detective, and this year I corrected that.
So it was
To
really
reflect it.
15 to begin with.
That's right. It was really 15, and have a temporary detective that brings it up to 16.
Okay, but you said that we're in the second year at this point.
It'll finish this year.
Okay, we're in the second year, but it just wasn't noted within the books for last year. This year, in the second year, we're bringing it into the books, and then it's coming back down.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Mrs. Gardner, do you have an answer to Mr. Walsh's question?
I'm sorry, what question was that?
What's
Mr.
the
Walsh?
average cost per detective versus what's the average cost versus police officer?
I can just do the division. Yeah. Okay, the average cost for detective is $74,770. Just get to the police officer. The average cost for a police officer is $67,584.
So roughly a $7,000 difference in salary. So $60,000 a year less $7,000 is, and the related benefits, so you're looking at about a $50,000 difference
Correct.
that you have available to quote-unquote pay overtime related to not having the police officer there.
Yes.
The only question I have regarding personnel is, do we have people in training right now in the police academy?
We do.
How many do we have?
2 right now. We have 1 anticipated to graduate on Monday, I believe, and then another one that just started the academy. So although those are not listed as vacancies, when we have a vacancy that there does not exist a person, then when we hire someone, because generally they have to go for training, although the vacancy is not there, they don't assist in the patrol capacity until they get out of the academy.
And the person who's coming, graduating on Monday, will be filling a vacancy that's existing right now?
After a 12-week field training officer program.
Okay.
So they go through, generally, when we hire an officer, it's 6 months of academy training, and then 3 more months of field training where they come back here and they ride with another officer. So they're not on their own generally for 9 to 10 months.
Great, okay.
All set? Any other questions on salary-related items? Seeing none, let's move on to operational items on this budget. Questions from board members? Mr. Stone.
On motor vehicle fuel and lube, you asked for 422, and then the first selectman went to 339. That's an $80,000 difference. I'm just curious.
Difference in pricing. Purchasing came back with a different price point than had been used in October, when I think the numbers were originally compiled.
Can I follow up on that?
Please, Mr. Walsh.
So in calculating that number, you used the exact same number of gallons that the department requested, and you just changed the price of the price per gallon?
I think the price per gallon is controlled by finance. The number of gallons is given from the departments, both police but other departments, to finance to do that calculation.
Okay.
The answer to your question is yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that they have enough gasoline to get the cars around, so.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Nice brief answer, Bob. We like that one. All right. We're making up time, yes. How do I think we're going to lose it here? No, Mrs. McCarthy-Vey.
Why, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I would ask the chief if you could introduce the others who are with you
Oh, I
today.
apologize.
That
You
would be
know,
great.
yeah, well, first of all, I apologize. Captain Don Smith, who's in charge of support services. Oh, I'm sorry. Could you,
I guess the answer is you can't.
could you introduce them to me first, and then maybe I can introduce them forward? Captain Josh Zabin, who's in charge of the patrol division, to my right, and to my left, Deputy Chief Chris Liddy, and then to his left is Captain Don Smith, who is in charge of support services and the ECC, which you'll hear from later. And then to Don's left is Sergeant Ed Waya. Sergeant Waya came from the patrol division, and as a result, and we'll discuss it later, but as a result of the funding we did receive last year for a school, quasi-school funding, we were able to put Sergeant Wyatt in that position. So he's here with us.
Thank you. So just a follow-up comment to your opening comments where you said that the response and the demands on service are more complex and require more time. And I also would add to that, require more collaboration. And I know from what you said about traffic safety, they're working with the bike and pedestrian group, the domestic violence folks working for the Center for Family Justice, as you said, and some of your efforts with the crisis response and suicide prevention and Fairfield Cares, all kinds of collaboration, and that takes time and resources, so I appreciate those comments. My question is about the website again. I've been asking this of a number of town departments. You mentioned your departmental intranet, and we talked about this actually at the Bike Pedestrian Committee in terms of the new town website. How will the upgrades and changes with the town website interface with the website services that you already have in place, and do you anticipate any problems with that or any increase in service demand or requests as a result of that?
I think it's going to integrate quite well, to be honest with you. We are in line to have our website updated and integrated into the town website, so it will have the same look to it. However, we'll still be able to maintain a link to our current existing website, so the services will kind of remain the same. I think it will enhance it. I think we're looking, there's a lot of things that we've been looking to put forth on our website that we've kind of held off on a little bit until we get the town support in their website. You know, we obviously use computers for a lot of different reasons, and our website is one of them. Our Facebook page is pretty active. We have a Twitter account that we try to put information out. So I think it will only enhance that. Some of the things that we've been working on and have yet to perfect is some online reporting. In other words, the ability, since our time is being expended in a lot of different areas, if we can do two things. One, free up officers for some of the less investigative incidents that do occur, and at the same time make it more convenient for the community to report incidents that they really don't need to see an officer for. They certainly could if they'd like to, but we're looking to make those improvements, kind of holding off until we integrate more with the town website.
So in fact, those website enhancements may streamline and make it more efficient possibly, as opposed to require a greater demand for service, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I anticipate that will be one area that will probably lessen our demand.
That's great news. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. All right. Other questions on the budget? I've got a couple, please. We'll go with Mrs. Leclerc and then to Mr. Becker.
I just wanted to ask a quick question on the clothing and dry good line. And I guess last year we increased it, and then you asked for the same budget this year, and then it was decreased again. So I was just wondering why we increased it last year, and is it okay with the decrease?
You know, that line item is generally contractual. And I think there's a range of where that may fall. If everybody utilized their contractual ability, we'd be at a higher number, and if they didn't, we'd be at a lesser number. So that goes towards clothing allowance, it goes towards our purchase of bulletproof vests and other things for our officers. So I think that is a variable number, but if you looked at the kind of the history of it, yeah, no, and the bulletproof vests are in there. So, but I think if you look at it this year, it's kind of at that 199 mark, kind of based upon what we spent in the past.
Okay.
If I may, just, this is an example of one of those areas where during the line item evaluation, the number was higher than the three-year average. Chief Liddy was asked to go back and relook at the number. He looked at the number, looked at more detail, came back, and it was reduced based upon, that dialogue.
Great. Thank you. We're going to go with Mr. Becker.
Thank you. So going over to fees and professional services, I see that one going up about 7% this year. If we could just start there, just on, looking
that
at
was
some of the larger
that
numbers.
very simple. We have a electronic scheduling software that comes in, I think, at about $5,000, and that used to be picked up by the IT department. So I think the plan was to roll that into our department, and that's where that sits.
Okay, yeah, we've seen a couple of those already, so that, all right. And if we can go over to 58120 on page 212, and that's travel and meetings. And the only thing I find, also at the same time, you can maybe just answer 58100 right above that, which is the educational memberships. I see the travel and meetings going up, but the education and memberships going down. Usually you kind of see them both trend in one direction or another. You just let me know kind of on both of those what's going on.
We looked at that travel and meeting item, and one of the things that we've seen is because we are more global and linked more, crimes are so much less jurisdictional boundaries, we find that the travel that our detectives take is increased quite a bit. Give you an example of the jewelry store kidnapping and robbery that occurred, where the individuals responsible for that were in New York City and New Jersey. Coordination and travel to do those type of cases, we've seen a slight uptick in, so we've looked to increase that. And from a training standpoint, we looked at reducing it based upon what we spent in the past.
So
reducing the training line item. That training line item goes towards training the items necessary for the training. It doesn't cover officer time during the training. So we looked at that and looked at an area that we might be able to shave off some money on and came up with a $3,000 savings.
And you feel though that, that's a trending kind of area where you think you're trending down on the cost of it though, but you're still within what you need to actually keep people trained? Because is that the only location really then that the training is under? Because it's
There
a
is a,
small
there is an overtime
number.
training account. There's a large overtime training account
Okay.
that we look towards, and that really is the bulk of what the costs are for training. This line
Personnel
item,
side.
this line item deals with equipment utilized for training. So it may be a variety of costs associated with the training.
Okay. So you guys focus on trying to keep internal with instructors, or basically to drive that cost down, and then you utilize that within the overtime budget versus bringing people in at great expense, that sort of a model? Like
there are several things that we've done. First of all, there's a lot of training that we've done. Over the last several years, we've increased our firearms training. We now have a more robust firearms training program. Some of it, obviously, we have to do on an overtime basis. There's no way we can accomplish bringing people up to the range to do that training. We do it up in Hoydens Hill range, or behind that range. We have a range up there that incidentally was redone with the help of the Department of Public Works to make it more functional and make it wider so that we can get more officers in at a time. That saves us some money there. There's also some training that we do on duty. We have a 5-lane bay in the basement of the police department. That's a firearms range. And we've, to increase training yet not increase expenses, we bring officers off the road to do some nighttime shooting. The majority or the percentage of our officers that work at night is oftentimes greater than during the daytime. So we have to account for that and train them in low-light shooting situations. Shooting and confronting people with flashlights is very important. But we do that kind of stuff on duty to eliminate the cost of the overtime. It's still costs involved with bullets and other expenses associated with that, targets and whatnot. But the overtime is non-existent pretty much just because they're on duty when they do it.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions from board members? Mr. Brown, and then I'll go to Mr. Walsh.
Good evening, Chief. On your capital outlay line, we're talking about 10 cars and some light bars in that line, right? But if we
Yep.
could just
Yes,
focus
sir.
on the cars, it reflects 1% increase according to the budget book from 2014's budget. As of the time that this was published, are you still comfortable with the 1%? Has there been any new information?
No, it's really our best projections based on what the dealerships are telling us. The price of the 2015 has not come out yet, but they're saying expect about a 1% difference.
Okay, so you're getting it from the dealerships. I'm just curious, and I don't know if you can answer this question, but maybe someone in finance can. In 2011, the capital outlay was $248,000, and then it jumped substantially in 2012 to 386, and it's been around 350 ever since. Are we purchasing more cars?
Well, we first of all made a very successful transition. You may recall, if you've been on the board for a long period of time, we transitioned from the Crown Vics to the Ford Police Interceptors. That's one thing. But this is a more accurate reflection of what it costs to get a car equipped. You talk about the ever-changing role of law enforcement, where computers used to be in the cars a thing of, hey, we're going to get them in the cars. Now all the cars have to be equipped with computers. All of our reports, all of our data is really driven by computers. So it's beyond the norm. I mean, it's something we need. So this really reflects what it costs. Take away the computer aspect of it, but the cost of installing the shields, putting in the equipment within the car, that more accurately reflects that. I can't speak to 2011, I can research that, but my guess here is that 248, that jump really was because the other expenses of the cars were spread out over different areas. So that more accurately reflects that. Keep in mind also when we start talking about cars, traditionally we've always had the model of looking at 12-car replacement plan. That's the plan that has worked for us. However, as you look at some of these expenses, it's unrealistic to kind of continue to maintain that. So that's why we've kind of dumped it back to 10.
What do you generally do with the cars that you retire?
They don't retire. First of all, there's a front line and a secondary line of vehicles that we have. So the front line cars are those cars that are replaced, and those secondary once they're replaced from the frontline service, they fill the variety of other purposes within the organization. Our SROs have vehicles. We have an SRO at each high school. Our DARE officers to get to and from have cars. Our traffic enforcement officers have cars that are kind of handed down as we buy new ones. They're handed down. Our detective cars are kind of handed down in steps. And then oftentimes, you know, we really fulfill an unmet need within the town. In that some of our police vehicles you may see with town building stickers on them or other purposes, where they're functioning cars, but they're not functioning for law enforcement. You know, our need for cars in law enforcement is totally different than a car that can be functioning in a different purpose in town. Some of them they can't be passed on just because they're unfit for anybody to use, but the threshold of a vehicle for law enforcement is different than the threshold for other agencies in town, so they take advantage of that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? We'll go to Mr. Walsh, and then we'll go to Mrs. McCarthy-Vahey.
Chief, on your revenue lines, did you prepare those revenue lines?
Turn that over to the deputy chief.
Okay. In regards to the parking violations fees going down by about 13%.
Jim, can you give us a page number?
Sure,
just
page
so-
44.
Thank you.
Line 1004, under fines.
Thank you, Jim.
Go ahead.
So my question is, the parking violation fees, are those include parking violations fees at the train stations?
The vast majority of them represent the train station.
And are those going down because we now have the extra Metro Center, so there's so much additional parking, and therefore there's less people who are parking either illegally or for some other revenue-generating way for you guys?
That's absolutely the driver of this reduction.
Okay. On the next line, the police alarm ordinance, that seems to be going down by 20%. Is that just based on your history of why those violations are going down by 20% in 1 year?
That's actually a little deceiving. We're projecting about 24,800 in that line. If you're looking at our collections to date, it's simply because the clock resets every year.
Okay.
And someone who has an alarm in the beginning of the year gets 3 amnesties, basically. So the collection is usually at the end of the year. And traditionally, it's varied between 18,000 and 24,000 historically.
Okay. So if we're doing just a fiscal year, would you feel comfortable pumping that up, or would you feel as though, it just seems to be a 20% drop year to year?
I'd probably be comfortable looking at the numbers going up a little bit. As of today's date, our collection is $16,445.
Okay.
It's going to grow in the last quarter.
Okay.
So I'm pretty confident we're going to hit the 24 number this year and probably next year.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mrs. McCarthy-Vahey.
Thank you. Back to the cars for a minute. So did I hear correctly that when you talk about, as in the description, the cost to outfit each vehicle includes the computer system as well, or no?
No, that's
Okay,
why I kind of wanted to, clarify that. The computers are purchased out of a separate IT account, correct, Don?
Excuse me? Yes, the computers come out of a separate line.
Yeah, I apologize for that. In my description of what a vehicle comes out, putting there, I focused, initially right on the computers and tried to pull that back, because obviously a car has to be outfitted with a computer. However, that does not come out of that line item.
If I recall, a few years ago, there were some changes in the actual equipment around the computer in the cars, and can you refresh us in terms of the changes with that? And even though they're new cars, are the computers now able to be transferred easily in terms of computer equipment? Because we've had requests in the past for computers as well in capital. I don't see them in there. So if you could give us an update, that would be great.
Yeah, when we switched over to the new police interceptors, it required us to change a lot of the mounting hardware for actually a lot of the equipment in the cars, because the interior of the car, of course, is completely different than the Crown Victoria. The computers, actually, you'll still see some in the ECC budget. We moved those over as a mobile data terminal. We do have a replacement plan for those, just move forward to replace a certain amount per year. So the actual computer itself, we still are going to ask for replacements. But the mounting hardware currently will, at this point, move forward now that we've switched over to the new police interceptors.
All set? Anybody else? Okay, so quickly, I have 3 items that I would like follow-ups on that I think is the board. Number one, the salary differential, so we can evaluate the true variance for the department from 2014 through 2015. The capital outlay, can we check what that 2011 number was versus the number subsequent to that, to make sure we have that set? And then a third one I want to add to this, I don't want to waste time going over tonight, but I'd like to understand special department supplies, what the increase, there's no increase over last year, but there is an increase from the prior year, right? From 2013 to 2014, there was a large increase, and then it remains flat. I just don't, I want to make sure we're not institutionalizing something that we raised for one specific purpose last year.
Yep.
Okay, that's kind of what I'm looking for.
Yep.
So, are there any other questions?
Mr. Flynn, if I can
Yeah.
address it really quickly, I can do that for you. If you recall, that increase,
Yeah.
that increase is related to that cogent or fingerprint items.
And that's ongoing every year now?
Yes, it is. It's a $1,400 well, I'll get to the exact thing, but that's what it's related to. We funded it through asset forfeiture at one point, and we're no longer able, since it's a ongoing expense, so that's where that is reflected in.
And that's a software package? I can't remember it. I do
It's
remember.
actually a hardware and a software package. We don't
And
use
what's-
ink.
And what's this, the license on it, the annual license on it? Or is
Yeah,
this-
well, it's leased equipment, and then it all accesses the federal government. When you're arrested,
Right.
not you, but I mean, when we, no, I apologize, when we arrest individuals, we no longer ink it and submit their fingerprints. They're all automatically done through the computer.
Yeah, last time you arrested me, we didn't do that. So,
No, you're,
So, thank you. And what I'd like to do is, I think going back to one of Mr. Becker's questions on the educational and membership, I think for these items where we actually have software that's transitioned, I'm not sure that we should put it under educational and membership. Maybe we should put it under software expense or license expense, something like that.
I think it is.
In a different account, to actually call it out as opposed to putting it under educational and memberships. And that's just a comment that I have. I don't know.
I don't think there's fees and professional services, I think, that you had it under.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's under fees and professional services. I'd just like to put it separately.
I agree with you. I think that it probably should be.
Yeah, whatever, I'm sorry, I had the wrong line on them. It's fees and professional services. I just put it under, we can talk about it later, it's accounting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask one question that Gary just
No.
raised?
No, go ahead.
Asset forfeiture, do we still get any funds for that?
it
For asset-
depends on, it really truly depends on the investigations that we're involved in.
Okay. So if there's a potential that that would come in?
Yeah, there is, over the years, there's 2 asset forfeiture accounts, a federal and a state account. Over the years, we've had, many years ago, had a lot of success in prosecuting federal violations, and we received a lot of money in the federal asset forfeiture. What we're seeing now is just a trickle in on some of the state investigations that we're doing.
If those funds come in, where do they hit the budget?
They don't go into the budget. They're totally separate from the budget. In fact, they can't supplement the budget.
Okay.
Federal laws separate that asset forfeiture from the budget aspect. They cannot supplement any items within the budget.
Okay, so what do you do with those funds? You put them in a separate account and buy supplies and stuff for them?
Separate account, and generally approved by the police commission. A couple things, they can be used to further other investigations, a portion of them, and then they can be utilized to purchase items that are outside the budget. We've used that in the past to purchase our taser equipment, where a significant expense that to put in the budget would be a significant expense to the town, yet we were able to do that through asset forfeiture, just as an example.
Okay, thank you.
How much is in that account right now?
I think, Caitlin, we talked about that.
There's about 8,000 or so in this in the Fed and about 56 or so
Yeah,
in the state.
56,000?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Walsh. I know you have another part to your presentation, so why don't we start that? Okay. Whomever's going to.
Oh, okay. Tom, which part are you talking about?
The school safety.
Okay, then let me just make a couple remarks to set that up.
Absolutely.
Then turn it back over to, are there Caitlin, do we have the school security handouts? I don't know if everybody brought those along that we distributed earlier. But simply, I wanted to, this has been a plan that's been worked on for a couple of months now. I want to thank Dr. Teitel, Fire Marshal Kessler, as well as Chief McNamara and his team for putting this together. We've gone through several steps. Got that? We've gone through several steps to make sure that we were looking at everything from a comprehensive.
Go ahead.
Thank you. If we're ready. We've looked at several steps to make sure we're doing this from a comprehensive standpoint. We've gone out and talked to other police departments. We've looked at what other school districts are doing. There have been some updated state guidelines that talked about what's needed for, or what they recommend for security guidelines, as well as combining the experience we've had in the past year. And this has really provided the foundation, not only for what we're doing for school security this year, but in the years ahead, but also the next step on this will be looking at what we do from security from a town facility standpoint. So with that as an intro, let me turn it over to Chief McNamara. I should point out that Dr. Teitel is in the room too, so that we can address the school part as well as the security part if need be.
Thank you, Mr. Tetro. First of all, just to kind of reset the discussion again, it's important to note that school safety and the safety of the 10,000 students in town is not something that came about only because of the tragedy in Sandy Hook. We've been dealing with the issue of school safety for many, many years, and a lot of it stems from some of the horrific incidents that occurred over the last 15 years or so. So school safety is always on our mind. We have, as you recall, prior to Sandy Hook, we have 2 officers dedicated, one to each high school, and that's as a result of some of the lessons we learned from the Columbine attack at Columbine High School in 1999. And over the years, we've maintained those 2 school resource officers at each of the high schools, knowing that we look at incidents in the past with one eye, and then at the same time we have to look to the future with the other eye to determine what may happen. It's what we have to do in public safety. We look in the past and we always look towards the future of what could happen. And over the years, we've conducted a robust training program with our staff and administrators at the schools, with Fire Marshal Kessler and others, training in some procedures that they can simply follow should something occur at the schools. And now I'll direct your attention towards the incident of Sandy Hook and some of the initial things that we learned there. And if you recall from last year's budget process, that incident occurred while we were really in the midst of our budget. And we looked at how we addressed the school safety immediately following Sandy Hook as our model moving forward. And although initially we put an officer at each school during the days after Sandy Hook, we backed that down and really took a model of having 4 officers on overtime for a short period of time to randomly go to the schools. And I know we've had this discussion last year. We have 17 public schools and about 10 private schools that we're responsible for. And although you can differentiate it from private and public, from a public safety perspective, we can't differentiate that. These are vulnerable portion of the population. I believe, a 20% portion of our population that we have to be accountable for. And we put forth this plan last year to again, it's a new responsibility of ours. So it's an old responsibility of ours. We certainly learn from the incidents that occur at Newtown that tragedies can happen, and we have to be prepared for them. We hope they never happen, but we have to be prepared for them. And we took the model that we used during the initial stages and put forth a plan to you, albeit a very thrown-together plan rather quickly. I think we had some very good discussions as a result of that plan. If you recall, the plan was to hire 4 officers, a sergeant, a supervisor, and that supervisor would be crucial to the plan. Because if everybody's responsible for the schools, you get everybody responsible, but really nobody solely responsible. We felt that the schools deserved and required a dedicated unit, that their only responsibility was the schools. We put forth that plan, we had the discussion about it, and if you recall, at that same time, we believed that there may be a potential for some federal funding to come out to fund those positions. And why would we put forth funding those positions if there was a potential for the federal government to come out with some money? We applied for that based upon a COPS grant that we did in the past. We received a COPS grant several years ago, many years ago, and we felt that that might be an option for us. 2 things occurred. One, it was not as similar to the COPS grant as it was before. It was a one lump sum of $125,000 or so for a 3-year period to pay for an officer, and that certainly wasn't what it was in the past. In addition to that, we weren't approved for the grant anyway, so we didn't get that funding. If you recall, then when we came to the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Finance, at that time, the position of the sergeant was still up for discussion, and at that point, that position was not carried through the budget. However, if you recall, you did allocate to us a portion of money dedicated, that we were going to dedicate to school security, and it was in the amount of $125,000 in the overtime account. We took that money, and rather than just spread it out and have officers randomly approaching schools, which, you know, has an effect, but not as effective as our plan would be, we were able to move personnel around and carve out a sergeant's position, which is backfilled with the overtime at a patrol level. So in essence, Sergeant Ed Waya exists in our table of organization. He's always existed there, but he's been taken from his primary responsibility and assigned to the schools, and that overtime money is covering the vacancy that he is ultimately creating by moving somebody up and covering that at the lower officer level, which is, certainly less requirement than it would be at a sergeant's level. That has been in effect, I believe, since September, or maybe in October by the time we got around to initiating it. And I'll discuss the effectiveness of that, because now we have data. As I mentioned to you before, Sandy Hook happened, and we put forth a plan that we believed was effective. However, admittedly so, it was thrown together with not a lot of understanding of whether or not it would be effective or not. We've been able to show how effective it is to have this relationship forged between the Board of Education and the police department. In addition to that, we have taken some other steps which we may have talked about that were non-cost items, mainly some of the surveys, security surveys that we've done at the school buildings for the Board of Ed. We've conducted training with all of our administrators and staff. We have met with, back in January, we had a town-wide meeting with the first selectman, the superintendent, Fire Marshal Fellner, Chief Fellner, as well as Fire Marshal Kessler, and we had a town-wide discussion on school security and school safety. It's always been forefront in our mind, and so now we find ourselves back here again in the budget process. And if you recall, we've had some kind of concerning public incidents that occurred surrounding our school that have brought to light the concern of what law enforcement combined with the Board of Education is doing to protect the children. So we come before you today with that same proposal. There is a difference to it, however. We've had a lot of discussion on this with regards to funding and the appetite, albeit for increasing the size of our police department. We've had these discussions in the past. So we really wanted to take a look at it and say, how could we accomplish what we believe to be a measurable approach to school safety? There are communities that are putting armed guards at every school. There is discussion, when we meet with PTAs, there is discussion on that. There's discussion on, some people think we should have police officers at every one of the 17 schools. Others feel that it should be less. We're taking a very measurable approach to providing services that we believe the town needs. And we looked at our budget, and so what you'll have in front of you today is the approach that we believe to be most effective. Utilizing some of the vacancies that we have in the organization now, hiring an IT position for the police department, public safety IT position, which really is now being conducted by a police officer who's trained in IT and still trained and required to be trained as a law enforcement officer. And then officially making that sergeant's position. We've been successful in moving Sergeant Waya out of the mix. However, that's not ideal. We have an acting sergeant, and he's doing, Sergeant Nook, he's doing a great job as an acting sergeant because Sergeant Waya is not there. But it's not practical to continue that model. So we come before you again with the plan that we thought would be effective, yet we believe to be effective, and we now have, and again, a measurable approach, and we now have Sergeant Waya here to kind of highlight some of the successes that we've had because we've had that relationship with the Board of Ed improved.
Questions from board members on this item? Mr. Dewitt,
Do you mind if we walk through the numbers?
feel free.
So, thank you for that, Chief. That's a great explanation. And from what I can see on here, you've done a great job of taking what you got and you basically reallocated. So, we're going to create one full-time sergeant's position, which is the acting sergeant you just named. So that's an increase. Got it. We're going to fill the 2 vacancies. Cost nothing more because we're already going to fill them no matter what.
Sure.
We're going to hire an IT person to allow a police officer to go do police work, right? $53,000. And from the budget in front of us, we're going to take out $125,000 of the OT line that we had put in last year to fund the acting sergeant.
Yeah.
So this budget before us will go down $125,000 as it is in front of us, and then be increased with overtime and fringes, $162,100.
Correct.
So that's the net increase. And then there's 2 new training, protective equipment, which is more like a capital kind of thing, right, for that $44,000?
Yeah, it's a one-time improvement on some of our capabilities and our protection that we need to provide to our officers.
And that'll get us, and then training, so $256,100 total addition to your budget here.
Yes.
And all we've really done is promote one person and continue the hiring we were already going to do anyway.
We at one point were funded for 108, but several years ago, it was defunded to 107. So we'd really just be restoring our organizational chart to that 108 officers.
Now, in the Board of Ed budget, there's a school security line raised $160,000 to $300,000 this year. Have you coordinated with, I'm assuming Mr. Mortabito, right? I'm sorry. Have you coordinated that number with the Board of Education?
We have, we have collectively looked at this as a combined operation. We can't plan our work, and they can't do some infrastructure improvements without collectively getting together to ensure that we're all working off the same page. So we have had those discussions with regards to their allocation of funding for infrastructure improvements.
Right, so these are not independent changes, they're group changes, collective.
Well, I mean.
Yes, just to clarify, that there were meetings between the superintendent and his staff, Chief McNamara and his staff, the fire marshal, and myself at some point to make sure this was comprehensive, included all of that, and everybody was on the same page. And again, think of this as a foundation, because this is not just 1 year and we're done.
I'm with you. This is a commitment.
Further plans that
forever.
have to go on. So.
Great. And it's a great plan. The IT person, is that what you described before in your budget summary here? Facebook kind of?
No.
or-
I believe 2 years ago, we put in a request to do exactly what we asked, just solely based on IT position.
Right.
We put the request in, it was denied, and what we currently have an officer who assists with the IT operations, but it's not Facebook. It wouldn't be social media. That's more of a public information aspect.
Right.
It's really the hardware and the operations of our department as it relates to IT operations. As everyone is, every corporation, every person is, we are really we rely heavily on IT.
Sure.
From a law enforcement perspective, we rely so much more on IT because of all the confidential data that we are responsible for, and the quick data that we need when things break or things happen. There's really a need to get these things up and running effectively. Our 911 systems are all computerized. Even though it's a telephone, it's still computerized. We deal a lot with IT, and to train an officer to be qualified as a police officer, and at the same time to provide him with that training to be an IT expert, it's difficult to do. He does the best that he can, and he does a great job for us. However, we believe that if we had a full-time IT, it would be more effective there, and we'd also have that opportunity to have that officer back. Keep in mind that when we talk about an IT position, it's really IT for the police department, but it really could be an IT that overlaps on a public safety level. We deal on many levels with the fire department in cooperation and working relationship with the fire department on critical incidents and other matters. Having an IT person that can also overlap into the fire department would be pretty effective. And that individual, he or she, would have to, because our systems are so linked.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because I was thinking that the captain to your left could really use an IT person in ECC, right? Because that's almost all IT now, right? It's all software and.
It's basically all software, and even the hardware, the network support that goes between us and fire. We both work off the same CAD system. So as the chief said, as a public safety IT position, have to work closely with the fire.
Right. That's great. Thank you very much.
I just want to clarify before we go, before I turn it over for other questions. Make sure I'm reading it right and we have the numbers right. So before us is a $256,000 net investment within the police department budget for this amount. Where this goes, police, Board of Education, we'll figure that out, right?
Yeah.
But the proposal is for a $256,000 net investment in the next fiscal year related to this level of manpower for the school security, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What always interests me is the actual run rate going forward. So if I look at the run rate, right, I say it's 256 minus the protective equipment, which is 44,000, because you only have to do that one time, which brings it down to 212 per year.
Okay.
Right? Now, you have department-wide training and new active shooting protocols. I'm going to cheat a little bit here. I think I spoke with the chief, and the chief told me you got the one-time training, but then you're going to have ongoing training every other year which is, half,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So if I take the 212 and I subtract out 25, right, out of the one-time of 50, your run rate on a go-forward basis is about $187,000 of an increase.
Yeah, and that should be on page 2.
I didn't see it on page 2, but, I didn't do that
Okay.
math on page 2, but yeah.
Yeah, down there.
Right. Right, 187. Okay, so that is correct. Okay, I got it. Thank you. I missed that. Perfect. Question. We have 160,000, the number 160 is what comes to mind on the Board of Education side, correct? That was put in there, based on our prior conversations, that was put in there as a placeholder to help fund some of this initiative, correct? Come on up, Dr. Todd.
You're asking me.
I am.
Borrow a microphone. Hi again.
Hello.
Hi. So when we received police report in December 10th, which, as the chief said, identified a lot of areas for improvement of the infrastructure of the schools. We, at that point, the budget was about to go in. I'm just about finishing my budget right around there. You could just see, looking at it, we were going to need quite a bit of money for infrastructure. We had gotten a grant from the state for $147,000, and we added another $160,000 for the purpose of infrastructure. So we did not add the 160 with the idea that we would then be carrying police officers in our budget. That was specifically put in as a placeholder for infrastructure improvements, so that between the grant and the Board of Ed money, we'd have about $307,000 to kickstart any infrastructure improvements. At that point, no one knew what the game plan was going to be in terms of infrastructure. That's still in development. So that's what that's for. It was not done for personnel.
So on that point, let me ask a question, or let me make an observation. The infrastructure. I know you don't want to go into details, and I know the plan isn't fully developed, and my understanding is in the coming months, we're going to see a global plan for infrastructure, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. What type of infrastructure? I know you can't get into details, but we're talking things appended to the buildings to improve the buildings for security reasons.
Improving the infrastructure of the buildings, for example, generically, improve video surveillance would be a category.
Okay.
Okay. So capital items, items that would be one-time expenditures that would last 5 or more years.
Right.
So it's not.
Talk about leading the witness here.
Yes. So
Okay.
Right. So how's that?
Right.
Right.
So
that's a category. Video surveillance would be a category.
Okay. So thank you.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't we put that out and consider that as part of a bonding package when you come with an infrastructure request later on?
We could.
Okay.
Yeah,
'Cause what I'm,
Tom, I think that if I take where you're going, a lot of this has really come together in the last month, and certainly the kind of financing, how to do it. So your suggestion that perhaps we look at, is that 160 used initially to fund the labor here, and then potentially replaced later when we get to the facilities component, is certainly one of the options. Initially, we thought about keeping those separate just because we didn't want one of the things is we didn't want the public perception out there that we were decreasing school security by taking that out of the Board of Ed budget. We also weren't sure initially how this would be presented as we're finishing things up, but as we came forward with the police side of this and realized we'll now be getting to the facilities improvement side later, that might be an option that's worth considering.
well, I'm just looking at it, if I play the numbers out here, you got 256 that this is priced out at. You got 160 that's accounted for in the operating budget already. Your delta's $100,000. Now, don't read anything into that as regards, support, non-support, anything like that. I'm just trying to get down to raw facts here. It sounds like we've got $100,000.
It definitely is possible to go that way, correct.
Okay. thank you for going through my mathematical exercise, and thank you for coming up and playing the witness here.
Right, I thought I'd lead you right to where you wanted to go.
Yeah.
I would like to say that the addition of the sergeant has been incredibly valuable to school safety in this district. And on a number of fronts, we have seen marked improvements in communication, response times, expertise. The schools are much safer as a result of this. And it's gone both ways. Sometimes we come up with leads, and we can go right to Sergeant Waya, and he can research them for us and put our fears at ease or get right on the case. I saw an email I never thought I'd ever see in my life. One of our headmasters, who will remain nameless, but who's been here more than a few years, who has really been pounding me on, we got to do more with the police, we got to have better communication with the police, wrote this just glowing email about the improvements. And the fact that that individual would write an email of that is like all the testimony we need about the effectiveness. So I just, without getting into the specifics, I've been cases dealing with adults, dealing with children, where I know we have headed stuff off at the pass this year. There's no question about it, including in this office, with some volatile people that have come into our office. Because sometimes people visit us, and they're not always in the nicest mood. So,
I try to behave myself.
I know, yeah, right. And so I think it's gone both ways, and I just, may not get an opportunity to say it, so I thought I'd just throw it out there that from our perspective, this sort of, initial foray into this communication and training and capacity building with the police has been marvelous. And when the chief talked about the additional time and effort they put into all the other parts of the job, he undersold the amount of time and effort they're putting into school security. It's a lot more than he's giving his team credit for. So I just want to put that out there publicly, my appreciation for how well this has worked, and I would love to see it expanded and continue.
This program, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Brown, who I know has a question on this topic, but this program, quite frankly, from a personnel standpoint, I mean, some of the pieces are moving a little bit more. Dr. Todd, I think Mr. Brown wants to ask you a question, I think. Thank you. But it doesn't appear that much different than what we saw last year.
No, it really, it isn't, only the.
Well, we do have the training and the equipment,
Yeah.
which is an addition.
That's the only
All
one,
right.
that's right.
And
Other than that, though, from the personnel perspective, it's the exact same program.
Well,
No, it's-
okay, sorry.
well, go ahead.
No, I think that, I think that model works. I think what you're seeing differently is that we were able to take a better look at how we can facilitate it with some of the resources that we currently already have.
Yeah, but we're still adding about the same. As I recall last year, what was the number you asked for this program?
It was a sergeant and 3 officers, so it was at 4 officers. We were looking to increase by 4 officers. That's the difference.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much the same thing here,
Yeah.
all in, right? And then, yeah, training and protective equipment, I get it. But it's just remarkably similar. That's what I was, but go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Just to follow up on that real quick before my question, but the dollar amount last year, what were you asking for last year for dollar amount?
I believe it was right around the 400,000 mark for personnel.
Okay, so this year's 256.
Because we gave the 125. If
Yeah,
you
the
take the
125,
256 plus the 125 that we funded last year, you're up to 376. So you're within spitting distance of the same
Yep.
number.
Okay.
Yeah, but again, 90 grand of what's in this year's number was not included in last year's number.
I'm just doing total dollars. I'm just saying it's not different.
No, all right, thank you. But, nope,
Oh,
that wasn't
go
my
ahead.
question. My question has to do with potential mandates. Because if you get on the Board of Ed website and you click on unfunded mandates, and if you wanted to read all these mandates, it'd probably take you 10 years. And these unfunded mandates basically tell you how to run the school, right? So my question is, do you know of any, Dr. Title or Chief, of any potential state unfunded mandates that may come our way that would affect school security?
We don't have to imagine it. They were passed by the legislature last year. some of the mandates include items that have not yet gone into effect, but will be going into effect in the upcoming year. For example, every school will be required to have, the exact name of it, School Safety Committee. One of the members of that committee needs to be a police officer. So I would envision that the police officers that we're speaking of here would be staffing that position, and of course, we would have to find people in the schools to volunteer to be on that unless we could combine it with something else. There's also a number of mandates with respect to how we conduct lockdown drills, and one of the new items there is that a police officer needs to be present during lockdown drills and then debrief with us. They've been doing that this year. It's been great, but that's more manpower. So the Public Act that the chief has just found outlines in gory detail all of these mandates for which I don't know of any funding that is available other than the infrastructure funding that we successfully got this past year, and that is proposed again. But I'm not aware of any funding for personnel that's out there to help enact these mandates.
Yeah, just to kind of follow up on that, there are a lot of requirements with regards to this type of public safety in our schools. We all are very familiar from the fire side of things how integrated fire drills are and how they are, basically a way of life. Our schools, unfortunately, are going to see that same requirement when it comes to procedures to protect themselves from a thinking threat. And that's what this kind of reflects, is the requirement to do lockdown drills on a regular basis twice a year, the requirement to have officers there who evaluate, grade those lockdown drills, and then, as Dr. Teitel said, the concept of having every single school, not district, every single school has to have their own crisis or safety team that develops training aspects and procedures for each individual school. So there's a mandates of some sort that these are all going to be requirements. In addition to that, there is, and I don't know whether these have been enacted yet, but there is going to be a level of training and incident crisis management from school administrators and school principals that whether it's been enacted or not, I'm not really clear on that, but that's going to require additional training on their part.
Okay, so that's really, my question was centered around, does this plan satisfy the mandates that we have now and the potential ones? And it sounds like that it does. And it sounds like there may be new ones coming down the road over the next couple of years.
Yeah, what you have to understand is there's a lot of work being done on the area of school safety. One of our SROs sits on the state infrastructure council that's developing some of these rules. But there's infrastructure rules, there's procedural rules, there's reporting requirements that really the state is coming down that are going to be mandated.
There's also standards coming out on school construction. So at some point down the road, whenever we bring a school construction project forward, a large one, there's going to be mandates with respect to what improvements to school infrastructure must be included to qualify for state reimbursement. Those are being worked on right now. So I think a couple of years down the road, maybe when the next big thing comes, I think we're going to have to see some dollars allocated in there to meet the new school infrastructure standards.
There's no big thing coming down the road.
Not yet?
Better be a long road.
Not till the waterfall says it is.
Yeah. I'm going to go to Mr. Dewitt, who I know has a follow-up, and Mr. Beck, I'm going to ask you to be patient for his follow-up and then come right to you. Thank you.
So, the proposal last year, as I read it, 4 new officers, the total head count in the Fairfield Police Department would have gone to 117. Total was 229,148. I think that equates to your 162,100 number with 113 officers.
No, actually, we would have increased the organizational chart to 111. We currently, right now, have 107 officers. Last year's proposal would have brought us to 111.
Okay.
So what's the
This is-
variance between that and the 113 in the budget book is what you're going to ask, right?
Right, right. Last year's budget does say 117 total officers. If the proposal had gone through, you would have had 117 officers, because it was a pure add. Because you're not adding officers, you're utilizing, you're adding an IT guy, really, is what you're doing here, right? You're utilizing existing offices and reallocating them.
Right.
Your number's going to stay at 113. So I think, again, your 162.1 is equivalent to what you asked for last year, which was 229. So you're asking for the same thing, $60,000 less.
Yes.
This is a good thing.
Well,
I just want to be clear, because we were throwing around big numbers.
Net, it's going up, though.
But
Net, the budget is increasing.
only because it's not included in here, you're saying, right?
Well, year over year, the budget's increasing. If this goes in, the budget increases.
Right. Well, it would have gone up, well, right. It would have, I guess the point I'm trying to make is, it would have gone up starting last year if we did this. It would have gone up more because we would have had 117 people we were paying life insurance and health benefits and all that to.
That math, I mean,
Right.
I know that's what was just said, that math isn't working for me. Because if that were the case and this wasn't a net add, we wouldn't be having the conversation.
Right, okay. So I'm going to focus on your $90,000 to $100,000 ad.
Right.
So there's an overtime cost in here.
Sure.
And I remember your comment that, earlier, police work is 24/7. But I got to think, the student resource officers, the SROs, right? That's more of a 9 to 5 kind of job, no? So why would there be such a large overtime number?
The 114?
Yes, sir.
Because we have carried those two vacancies for many years, utilizing, or the decision that carrying those vacancies, that vacancy money would supplement our overtime and patrol. And so take that concept, 114,000, two vacancies, it's supplementing our patrol, because if we had those two officers in patrol, there would be less overtime. We're filling those two positions, however, they're not going to patrol. So in essence, we're not going to count on that money to go through that overages.
So the 114 is not really for the SROs?
No,
It's more for the guys who are replacing the people who are going to the SROs?
Yeah,
and augmenting their time?
And then it's hard to say, if this were to go through, how that might, on some months, reduce some of the overtime when school's out of session, and whether or not there's a need to keep the whole unit together during the summertime. But at the same time, that might be offset by the fact that there may be overtime, and we have seen occasions where there is overtime driven by school incidents. So although it's 9 to 5, a lot of times the school day may be 9 to 5. However, there may be occasions where the follow-up is needed to conduct our training issues.
I'm not trying to deny Sergeant Wyatt some overtime, believe me. I'm just saying, if there was a job on your force that wasn't really what you'd call an OT job, it would probably be that.
Yeah,
There's OT,
there'd be
but
less
not-
driven overtime
right.
by that, sure.
Okay. So if you're at 90 or 100, even if that number came down, because that's not in direct support, that number could become 60, 70, 50, right?
Yeah, I'm just going by what they're asking.
No,
for.
I'm
That's-
with
yeah.
you. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Becker?
Yeah, I want to build off that and then jump in somewhere else. But it's 113 now, but when we go up,
I don't know where that number's coming from.
Well, there's two.
One, we have currently,
Well, we're talking the total head count within the department versus, which is
total head count in the department right
which
now
is-
is 107 officers.
There's
officers.
five, you have 5 THEA secretaries in your.
Oh,
Yeah,
think
so
that's
it's the overall head count, which we're watching, because when you move over to like an IT, it goes up,
That
and,
equates to the 117 number for last year. So
okay.
because it would have been 113 plus the 4 on top, yeah, so we did it with an overtime, it didn't have to hire.
Thanks, Caitlin.
So now we're at 113, but by doing this, when you go to 108, it makes it 114, and then when you do the IT, it actually goes, it'll be we've got it right, it's 115 now. Now, one benefit of this would be on the fringe, benefit component, obviously, we've learned, and we did this with FD, that helps us, well, it helps us a little to have, long-term, to have a little less head count, I guess, and be able to do all this. So I do, but the number, if I'm adding it right, is 115, right?
Okay.
So,
And again, apologize, I didn't know you were counting, I was thinking
Just
just
looking overall.
officers, so obviously when you count for others, it's there, yeah.
yeah, no, and that's been I know it's been an ongoing conversation you've had about that it used to be 108 and we're at
Yep.
107, and, okay. So, yeah. So, all right, so I want to kind of step in on the IT component, which is, it's part of this as a school, safety proposal, but there are some other, actually some other benefits for the town, I think, by moving in that direction. And you've alluded to it a little bit, it's come up. But right now, it's an officer that's doing that. They're getting trained kind of on both sides. It has been looked at in the past, and it's good to see it in here as a way to try to drive some costs and efficiencies to be able to not only accomplish these things, but improve things
Yep.
overall.
Yes.
But one question is, let's start. So we did discuss, you've mentioned it's more as a public safety. So you guys have an officer that's there now, that is a sworn police officer, trained as a police officer, who's been doing IT within PD.
Yes.
Now, sometimes there are needs, him being an officer who's sort of filling in kind of an IT role, there are needs where you have to turn to the IT department in the town and do that, right?
Yes.
And on the other public safety units, one of them being ECC, which is under you guys,
Mhm.
and then also on the fire side, they're often, there's needs for them to go to the town IT in theory and do that and go to the guys who that's all they do, right? So this person now it'll be in your head count. It'll be an
Yes.
employee of the town, but under PD.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm looking at the 53,000 figure,
Mhm.
and I'm thinking this person is going to be doing IT for public safety, or I mean, is that safe to sort of at this point? And I can ask the first selectman as well, but is that sort of safe to say that the goal here with now an actual IT trained individual is to get in the public safety mindset? Because it's my understanding that we can get into a little bit more maybe on the IT night, but that having kind of the town IT and then the needs of public safety, that having that focus in an individual is kind of, I think, pretty beneficial for public safety in general. So is this person, I mean, is it safe to say at this point that this person, while they may be under PD, now that they're going to be dedicated to IT, is going to be handling ECC, some fire functions, I mean, basically public safety for the town from an IT perspective, which in a 24/7 kind of demand would be very beneficial.
At the moment, we're trying to get somebody into the police department to replace the functions that are there. What you're describing could very well be what this evolves into, but we need to get it started here to look at that, and we need to have some of those ongoing conversations with fire to determine what their needs are. And certainly it'll depend a little bit on the capability of the individual that we bring in.
Well, that was sort of my next question, because when I look at that 53,000 figure, and I start thinking about kind of that broader need, and I also go back into the IT budget, which again we can talk more about on Thursday, but they're getting pretty demanded. They're asking for personnel, so I'm sort of thinking where are the kind of synergies in our actions and creating. Again, I think somebody who's really focusing on public safety is a overall safety benefit for the town. But the 53,000 figure, I guess I'm curious where that was pulled from, because if you start going back into, at least within the IT department, and you look kind of in their staffing, most of those individuals are, I'm seeing more like a 69,000 as a base figure. So is that going to be adequate? And that's a good, who you bring in, because once they're in, they're generally in, making sure that that's, you know, funded properly and we get the right individual. I know we've done that in the past with some things where we even upped the amount, I think, you know, to get the right person. So where does the 53 and what kind of individual are we looking at getting with that?
If I may, when we started looking at this, we started with a number consistent with what you saw town IT-wise, and I believe it was in the 65 to 68 range. We did a little more research, and in particular, we reached out to the Board of Education that had some recent hiring experiences, and they really felt that we could get a quality individual starting at the 53, understanding that there are incremental town steps within the process upon hiring. But they felt, based on recent hires, that a quality individual could be had for that number.
Okay. I'm okay on that for now. I think I may bring up some of this IT stuff under fire a little bit and how that may play out. So I don't know how long you know, where you guys are at later in the evening, I guess. But at least for this context, that's fine. If you're confident on the 53, it's fine. I just want to make sure that when we look at this, you know, you definitely have the right funds to get who you need.
I have confidence with the people that I ask the questions of, yes.
Because it's falling under this proposal, but it's a good thing that I think is long overdue in getting people back. I'm glad to see that it's, you know, within this proposal, it's very, you know, it's obviously, when we figured it out, 117, you know, the head count we're able to do with less overall and get some good things. So I do like what I'm seeing there.
And we have had discussions with the fire department with regards to their IT needs, and their IT needs, and you can ask them, are a little less than ours. So, and we are so integrated amongst each other that in all likelihood, once established, it's probably just going to roll into that direction because there is so much overlap. But, you know, we want it, like the first selectman said, get it. Our needs are really, really important.
Yeah, no, and I don't think, just to be clear, I'm not looking at that anything, at least in my mind, I'm not entirely signing or not off on this in my mind, but at least for this, I'm not saying hold this component up or anything like that. Based on that, it's really, I think it's healthy to have that conversation early on, and I know in my experience, and I think it's well known, and I'm volunteer firefighter in town, and I think a lot of my conversations and my mindset lens over in that side, but that I've seen some things where over the period of time it would be very helpful for kind of that position to exist in that fashion. So from that perspective, I'm trying to have the conversation early on and also make sure you get the funding early on the right way to do that for the benefit of all of public safety, which school security is a component, and public safety day in and day out is almost $25 million in the budget. So it's
David,
a big item.
David, if I hear you, what you're saying is an IT department for the public safety area is something that you're concerned about and want to make sure that we take a holistic approach to.
Correct, and in advance.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sure. Let's go to Jim Walsh. Oh, I'm sorry. I think Krista McCarthy-Vahey was first. Sorry.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Thank you,
Two
David.
questions. One is in terms of the vehicle enhancement costs at $44,000 and looking at run rates, the protective equipment in all police vehicles, the new vehicles that we're talking about, the 10 new ones, is any extra cost for that kind of protective equipment included in those?
No, these are all, first of all, I want to point out that we anticipate some of the equipment that's not listed in there coming out of an asset forfeiture request to the police commission. So what you...
Say it again. I'm sorry.
What we anticipate, what's not in this budget, is an additional amount of money that we're going to utilize asset forfeiture for some of the equipment.
In addition to the...
No, the number that you see is minus money that, items that we believe we can purchase through asset forfeiture funds.
Just to clarify what the chief is saying, that we went to the asset forfeiture money first.
Yep.
There's a cap on how much of that we can use. So we basically spent all the asset forfeiture money we could, then the balance went into this proposal.
Thank you.
And then to answer your question, the equipment that we're utilizing is really for frontline vehicles. That safety equipment is really frontline vehicles. And it deals more with our response. So it's portable equipment just for the frontline vehicles.
So in other words, when we replace vehicles going forward, that equipment can be
That equipment is-
transferred?
that
We're not
equipment-
going to be repurchasing
No,
it?
no.
Okay. That was my first question. My second question is, in terms of this new division, how will they interact with the Youth Services Bureau and the detectives who are investigating now? What will the chain of command and communication be? For example, if there's a young person who runs into trouble now, how will that work?
Well, I think what we found is that when we created Sergeant Wyeth's position with the funding that we received last year, it originally fell under a Special Services Division, and that encompassed not only Sergeant Wyeth's position, but also Lieutenant Perez doing a lot of the building security items and other matters, so it fit under there. What we did find was that there is an overlap. We have two Youth Bureau detectives that deal with a lot of youth incidents, so we found a little bit of an overlap, totally different roles, but yet the people that they're dealing with are oftentimes the same. So we rolled the school unit as it exists now, meaning Sergeant Wyeth, under the Detective Bureau. Now, that doesn't make Sergeant Wyeth a detective sergeant, and doesn't come with any of the additional funding that we talked about earlier today. What it does is it just is an offshoot of the Detective Bureau, so Sergeant Wyeth, in essence, as of today, reports to the Lieutenant Gagner, in charge of the Detective Bureau, to deconflict and to assist in both divisions' mission.
So, for example, if a young person at high school, if Mr. Coyne at Ward found that there was an issue with the young person at the high school, he would go to Sergeant Wyeth, and if there was further investigation or involvement needed, then you would go to Lieutenant Gagner or to someone in the Detective Bureau. And is that what I'm hearing, that there's that kind of
Yeah,
communication?
correct. I mean, there's a lot of things that Sergeant Wyeth does with regards to prevention methods that wouldn't require the Detective Bureau. However, our Youth Bureau detectives may be assisting or may have a victim of a crime who is a juvenile that they're doing an investigation with, that may also come under the radar of Sergeant Wyeth. So it's really a deconfliction. It wouldn't be that they always have to work everything together, but under those circumstances, yes. If he felt that this was something that needed more investigation from a Youth Bureau detective, then he would certainly do it that way.
Put another way, you don't feel like there's any duplication with that then?
No, totally different. The duplication only in the fact that Sergeant Wyeth may encounter somebody that our Youth Bureau is also encountering. Totally different roles. Our Youth Bureau detectives deal with horrific events such as child abuse, children who are victims of crime, children who commit crimes that have to be treated differently. Sergeant Wyeth is really similar, yet his is on a prevention role, a investigative role with regards to threats made against the schools that really doesn't enter into the Youth Bureau role at all.
Right, thank you for clarifying that.
I'm going to go to Mr. Walsh.
Chief, this school safety unit, the numbers that you have here, actually, the $94,000, to be quite honest, really isn't it really for schools. I mean, the $94,000 to me is for the whole town. I mean, you have a shooter incident, all this stuff's going to be in the car. The training's going to be there for all the officers.
Sure.
And it could happen on the town green, and you'll be prepared for it.
Sure.
Correct? So I'm a little confused on why the $94,000 is listed as school security, because it's really going to be town security in a way.
Well, it's going to improve it's going to improve town security, obviously, but when we start looking at the steps and approach we're going to take to protect the schools, that is a significant component of it. The additional benefit to the town is there, because the officers will be trained for an active shooter anywhere in town, but our main focus with regards to that was the schools.
Okay.
And
And
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, it's been part of the approach all along, that schools are kind of the first step in doing this, but certainly town facilities overall have to be reviewed. Police are taking the initial steps to both train our employees as well as review the security of our town facilities. So when we look at this, that's certainly the focal point, and this is kind of leading the charge, if you will. But security is a townwide issue across our schools as well as our town facilities.
I guess my point is that the training's going to be not just for active shooters at schools. It's going to be for active shooters in almost any setting, correct?
Yeah, correct, yes.
Because, like, we've had a number of bank robberies in town.
Sure.
It's clearly a situation where there could be an active shooter if they come in with a gun.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the benefit of the officers receiving this training goes beyond the schools.
Sure.
But when we focus on school safety and we look at some of the information that we've received recently, many of us were at Newtown, so obviously first-hand information is very important, but a lot of the reports coming out dealing with response come out after the fact, and based upon some of the information we received after the fact, it indicates that we need to move in a different direction to train our officers in a different approach to an active shooter at a school. Once we do that training and we develop a mindset with the officers of what they would be tasked to do, the trickle-down effect of that is then if we're going to ask our officers to put themselves in harm's way initially and potentially alone, then we have to provide them with some extra added equipment to protect themselves.
Okay. In looking at this and getting to Chairman Flynn's points, I really see no, in regards to the setup of the officers and the sergeant, any real difference between this year and last year's model, taking away the active shooter training and equipment. It's still the same model, which actually I feel pretty good about, actually, because it shows me how much you believe in that, in that system. It's not like something that's gone one way one year and then you've completely flip-flopped the next year. So to be quite honest with you, I was kind of happy to see that's what you firmly believe in. The question I have is, you had a report that came out in December, correct?
The school report? Yeah, I think it was
Okay.
the infrastructure report was December, sure.
So that report comes out. Dr. Tito, you see that report, the board sees that report, whatever. You put a placeholder in your budget of $160,000. What I don't understand is why there was no placeholder put in on the town side for any school security when we're just as actively involved. When did you come up with the numbers for this plan, initial numbers?
Actually, the initial numbers were probably within the last 3 weeks
Okay.
with regards to developing this funding stream and looking at how to accomplish the same plan maybe we put forth last year. I mean, we didn't look at it, take it off the shelf. We really looked at it as, now we have some data. So it's not like we just took this plan off the shelf and said, well, we tried it this year, let's do it again next year. We really looked at what to be an effective plan. It's the same plan, but the funding stream is different. And what we really looked at was, over the last probably 3 weeks, to come up with how do we ask to increase our department by 4 officers if we're carrying 2 vacancies. And we really looked at, and I think it was discussed earlier by the board, during our discussions, we really looked at how can we maximize our approach and yet try to minimize the budget. And this is kind of within the last 3 weeks, that discussion of moving the IT position came into play. That's not to say that we did not have discussions, throughout several months with regards to school security. It's just this plan was really finalized within the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah. The other component is that the chief got out to other police departments, found out what they were doing so we could share best practices. Dr. Title got out to other school districts. Some of that information came in. So part of what we were measuring ourselves against is what else is happening out there to make sure that we're doing kind of best practice of what we feel is most successful. And if we can find any other ideas that somebody was using to implement those here.
But since your report was done in December, I'm still confused on why you wouldn't put a number in your budget for this. When you
Wha-
formulated your budget
Yeah.
that you presented to the first selectman,
Yeah.
why you wouldn't, knowing that you had written the report, or your department had written the report?
That report had to do with facilities, just to be clear.
facilities. So not this plan at all? Okay. So when were the discussions first held about this program? Between you and the police department, about this program? This school safety program that's before us now? When was the first discussions held with that, in that regard?
Ongoing discussion in January, February, and early March.
So we had the budget process last year, and no one brings up or thinks about having this discussion from July 1st until January about having, because we're not dealing with infrastructure, we're just dealing with this school security issue.
I'm not sure your question.
You didn't have any discussions regarding a school security plan regards to, in regards to any school security plan from last July, when the new budget started, until this January?
In terms of what we're doing with school security, there was an ongoing security survey being done by our police department. That took until early December to finish up.
That was infrastructure only?
It was infrastructure only in terms of the report, but obviously that leads into other discussions. We then proceeded to get together with fire, police, and the school, and look at what state's handing down, what other towns are doing, what other school districts are doing, and put that together. And because because I wasn't sure what the number was, no, I wasn't going to put in just a placeholder.
It's just, I've been doing budgets in this town for 14 or 15 years. This is the first year I've ever seen where we get presented a budget, and then we kind of get presented at the exact same time that the budget's being presented, a supplemental budget within a department, like the police department.
Yeah. Tom, do we want to go through this, or is this about police security, or do we want to get into the budget planning process?
Just to answer the question, because I think it goes to the,
Yeah, simply put, it's timing. Last year, the timing was that we had health, school, Board of Ed health department number, or health insurance number that we knew would be coming down based on things going out. All right, we still had to put it together with the best available information in January. When we put this together, we put it together with the best available information, and I didn't feel comfortable just throwing out a number in that, and I knew we'd have a better answer, and it turns out we did.
Well, I will say that in regards to the way I see budgeting and the budgets that come before us, I think I would have liked to have seen some type of placeholder, kind of like what Dr. Title did. Even though he didn't have full numbers, he put a placeholder in there. Which leads me to my next question, Dr. Title. In regards to that $160,000 placeholder, are you okay with that goes towards this program?
When you say this program, you're talking about the personnel?
Yeah.
Well, that's a line item in the board's budget.
Mm-hmm.
So Board of Ed actually has to change that line item, for one thing. To me, on the infrastructure side, I'm completely agnostic as the source of the funding for the infrastructure. I'm interested in improving the infrastructure and trying to meet the goals of the plan that Gary's team put together for us. If the infrastructure comes out of a bond that gets approved at some point, or whether the infrastructure is carried over multiple years in the operating budget, I'm concerned about the results as opposed to the funding source. Obviously, we have that number in there for infrastructure. If that number was to be removed and somehow didn't find its way into the subsequent funding, then that would be a concern of mine. But I think you're into sort of line item reductions of the Board of Ed budget, which is beyond even my purview. They're really two separate topics. I know you're trying to balance the whole thing, so, right, which as I heard earlier is like, well, we could just take this 160 and put it elsewhere, but, you know, we're also looking at another reduction. I mean, we already have a reduction on our budget that was proposed that we have to deal with, so this would be another one. I'm not in favor of reducing our budget. How's that?
Okay. In regards to personnel, you talked about video enhancement. It gets to the point of video cameras and things like that. because
Infrastructure.
Infrastructure. But it also leads to a personnel area. Because, you know,
Correct.
I've been in the schools, and I've seen the video monitors go, and I see no one monitoring them because your staff is very busy.
Right, that's,
And if you're going to have video cameras, you clearly need people to monitor them, to know whether something's going on, which leads you to whether you're going to need more personnel.
right.
I mean, I don't think it's just an infrastructure situation on your side of the budget.
It depends on how it's done, without getting too, you know, specific on it. You're right. I mean, you don't have the personnel to monitor every camera all the time. Sometimes the purpose for cameras is after the fact prosecution. I mean, it can be prevention, and that's their expertise, but sometimes where we're lacking in cameras is not that they would be monitored all the time, but if you increase the chances of catching the perpetrator, it's preventative in the fact that people know they're more likely to get caught because we have a sophisticated camera system, and therefore it becomes less likely someone will try it. But we can also put in place, as part of some video surveillance, some desktop monitoring of cameras as part of the system. So you don't necessarily have to have a separate person monitoring the cameras. It can be mounted on a desk of an existing person. But you're right. At the extreme, if you really wanted to do it, you'd have to look down the road at, you know, would we need security personnel to be sort of looking at these cameras all the time? I don't see us getting that sophisticated in the near future, but it's a legitimate concern.
What concerns me is before the infrastructure is done, we have portables, especially at the elementary schools.
Yes.
Which seem to be extremely exposed and have been continuously. And some have video surveillance, I guess, but if no one's watching them, we really don't have much. Because those schools, some of those portables, not the annexes, but although there is issues between kids walking between the annex and the main building,
Right.
you know, they're standalone portables, and they're still in the district.
Yeah. It's why the district has a long-range facilities plan to rid themselves of those. I mean, that just becomes even more urgent. That's something we've talked about with the police department, working with our staff to try to minimize that, but obviously that's a concern. You're absolutely right.
When do we expect the infrastructure plan? Is it going to be this coming year?
Should
By
be,
the-
in
by the-
a-
by
should
the
be.
next budget season?
Yep, should be in a couple months.
Couple of months, okay. Chief McNamara, I think you've raised a really interesting point in the very first line of your goals, that it's not just the 17 public schools that you're in charge of in actuality. It's just something we kind of forget about. It's the 10 private schools as well. To what degree do we have to supply this security plan to the private schools, if at all? I don't know what your legal responsibility is.
Well,
I mean, like, we have to provide busing to everybody in Fairfield.
sure.
Okay, do
Yeah.
we need to supply security services
Well,
if we're going to supply them to any of the elementary schools?
Well, I mean, it's a question of public safety in town
Sure.
and response. You know, we have an obligation to protect everybody, everyone. And we do security surveys at people's individual houses for them if they've had a burglary and want to know the best ways to prevent crime. And so we don't differentiate. So I think the answer is yes. I think that, you know, if we can help improve the security of those private schools, and then it does two things. It protects residents of town who have children in those private schools, and it also helps us to secure the facility in the hope that we never have to respond there. And that's really what we have to do. I can't differentiate between, well, you're a private school, you somehow I mean, we can't do that.
But do you have to assist those schools with their lockdown drills like you do with the public schools? I mean, are
Yes.
you supplying those lockdown drills with all the 10 private schools?
Yeah, our goal is, from this unit, really is to assign officers to a group of schools to include the private school.
Okay.
Now, again, we're not talking about the private high schools. I mean, well, I shouldn't even say that, because Fairfield Prep has obviously on the campus of Fairfield University, so they have an armed security force there. Notre Dame is a different situation. But when you say provide services for lockdown, we provide them with the tools and the conversation and the training to protect themselves. When Newtown happened, we were inundated with not only the public schools, but also the private schools saying, can you help us to protect ourselves and guide us in how to best do that? The lockdown drills, when they're held, we would just really provide them with the feedback that we would provide the public schools.
Lastly, Mike, I take it that you're in support of this program
Yes,
and the full funding of it?
correct.
And you'll be making a motion at the Board of Selectmen to increase your budget by that amount to cover it?
We'll be making a motion to include this in the budget.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Do private schools include nursery schools, preschools too, or just elementary, middle, and high school?
No, not to any great degree. There are several nursery schools that are outside of the number that we've put on the paper. Some of them are very small, more along the lines of daycare centers than nursery schools. So if you added daycare centers, I think that number would go up, in between number.
All right, anybody else?
Can I just
Yes, please.
just to kind of collectively refocus, or at least summarize for a second. School, like I said before, school security and school safety doesn't differentiate, and it didn't start 2 years ago, and it always continues. And there's a lot of things behind the scenes that we've been doing, and Dr. Teitel touched on it. Sergeant Wyeth certainly contributes a great deal to that, that goes beyond the funding stream. We're meeting with every PTA, every parent group that wants to talk about the structure and safety that we're providing to the community. This is, one program alone is not going to make our schools secure. It's the collective programs. And so this is one portion of it. It still involves engaging the parents in collectively making the schools safer. But a lot of what is done is outside the realm of budget, and frankly doesn't cost the town anything when we go and talk to parents and PTA members about school safety. So it's just a collective approach to it. It's a good opportunity in front of this board, who has to determine, you know, where to put the resources of the town. But I want to just make it clear that last year when we came before you and you provided that $125,000, it wasn't what we were looking for. We didn't stop our goal of making our schools safer. We just adapted to it. And in closing, I do think that this is a measured response, and yet a very effective response to make our schools safer. So thanks for taking so much time to talk about it and debate it.
Thank you, Chief. Any other questions, comments? The one thing we should point out, too, though, on this is we talked a lot about schools, the buildings themselves. There's still risk points as to buses, as to parks,
Sure there is.
as to soft targets.
Sure.
And I'm assuming that you are focused on that as well. I don't want to hear a long answer on it, given the lateness of the hour, but I also don't want to provide a false sense of security here either.
No. I mean, collectively, we think public safety 24 hours a day. We are currently in the process of one of our goals is to prepare ourselves for the worst. which will ultimately make us better for any situation in town. We don't, because our focus tonight was on the schools, it's important that we note that, I think the First Selectman said, we have parades to deal with, we have Fourth of July events to deal with. Collectively, we make ourselves better when we prepare, and all of our focus has been on the schools, yet we're in the preparation mode for several different
Well, it's
things.
also some of the, to Mr. Walsh's point, about $100,000 of this that you're talking about is not necessarily specific to school-related. It's training and
Sure it is.
protective gear for your officers,
Yes.
regardless of the circumstances.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to, this is a very late night. I appreciate the public coming out and being part of this conversation. I will allow comments from the public on this. I will ask you, A, to be brief, B, to do not be redundant, and C, I will remind you that March 29th, there is a Saturday session where the public is allowed to speak as well. But I did want to give you the opportunity tonight, so thank you.
Phil Dwyer, 2607 Congress Street, Chairman of the Board of Education. We started the night with 6 board members here because they were interested in the school safety unit plan and the security. This is a multi-step process. It started with the initial infrastructure repairs that happened right after Newtown. It continued with the additional sergeant. It continued with the plan. It continued now with the school safety unit plan. It's going to continue with the infrastructure plan, the non-reoccurring bonding, and next year there'll be other incremental approaches. This is a long journey, and I appreciate the Board of Finance and the Board of Selectmen started that journey with us. We hope that you'll fund this program and continue that journey with us. Students, staff, vendors, parents, what, a third of the town is in those buildings at one time or another during the day? This is something that deserves support. We have to fund all three. We have to maintain the quality of the schools. We have to maintain the infrastructure, improve it. We need the so-called boots on the ground and have the human security as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Stephanie Goldman Businger, 33 Pansy Circle. I am a parent, a taxpayer, and business owner in Fairfield. I would like to express my support for the school security proposal. I've been to many of the presentations at several PTA meetings, and I'm very pleased with just even the security measures that have been put in place to date. It's really been well explained to parents. I have 2 little boys, one in preschool and one at one of the elementary schools. My son is on the autism spectrum, one in the elementary school, and I feel the lockdown drill, they've had 2 already. He's been extremely well prepared for it. The school did a wonderful job of explaining and preparing parents as well as the students. I'm very pleased with what I've been hearing about the proposals. And I also have myself been in an actual lockdown situation in an office building shooting, and it was over 20 years ago. I was really not affected. I was in the building. It was in Dallas. There was a very quick response by the police, SWAT teams. They were able to minimize the situation. It turned out to be a murder-suicide. Luckily, no children at all involved. But, you know, I know how scary the situation can be, and I want to know that our police have the equipment to respond, and also agree that there are many positive externalities and benefits to having that equipment to other town events. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Kristen DeWitt, and I live at 289 Davis Road. One of the first things I actually want to do is thank Chief Gary McNamara, Assistant Chief Chris Liddy, and Sergeant Ed Waya down on the end. They have all 3, and actually Sal Morbido as well from the Board of Education, have taken their personal time to come to over 10 individual safety meetings at individual schools across the town. The response from the school communities has been incredibly engaging. It's been incredibly positive, and you have added just a great deal of value into each of those school communities, so thank you. Thank you all. I want to thank our first selectman, Mike Tetro, for bringing this and working with the chief and with Dr. Title to get this to the table. It's important, and there's a lot of parents, although they're not here, they do support this budget. And lastly, and respectfully, I ask the Board of Finance to please seriously consider passing this in its entirety. It's reasonable, and it will help our police department be proactive in keeping our children and our town safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Kristen Rosecrans, 34 Lally Boulevard. I can sense that you're all numbers people and very fact-oriented, but I'm going to appeal to your emotional side. I, too, am a parent of a kindergartner. We're in the Sherman district, and I'm sure you know that the incident that we spoke about earlier did happen at Sherman. So, you know, after Sandy Hook, a parent of an elementary or any student in a public school became just very difficult. I'm lucky enough to live near Sherman, so much that I can hear the bells go off in the morning. But I also hear every single siren go off. And that's scary. Every time I'm home, no matter what I'm doing, when I hear a siren off, my heart stops, and I wonder, is there something going on in my daughter's school? And I know there's no magic wand that we can wave to make that go away. There's always going to be this threat. But I attended the school safety meeting at Sherman a month ago or so, and that was probably the first time I actually felt I could breathe a sigh of relief, because I felt like we were really in good hands. I saw that there was training going on, that there was this consistent drive to find out more information and to truly make the police department in contact with the school the best that it could possibly be. And I left there feeling really good about that. And while I still have this fear, and this school safety crosses my mind every single day. I've got a kindergartner, I've got 2 younger children who will be in public school for a while. And I just felt like I was happy to put my trust in the police department. And I feel powerless sometimes, and I guess there's not much I can do. And what I can do is come here. So I'm asking that you can too put your trust in the police department, instead of being nitpicky about all of the little aspects of the budget, to just kind of trust that they've made the right decision here and support it, because I do. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. Neil Fink, 70 Crest Terrace. I'm also the president of the Fairfield PTA Council. So in addition to my own 2 children who are in the public school system, I'm here really to represent over 10,000 students, their parents, and over 1,000 teachers who are in our school buildings every single day. It's amazing that over the last several months, school security really has, even though we're more than a year, I guess, post Newtown, here in Fairfield, school security has really risen to the top of concerns among parents, partly because of some small incidents that hopefully, thankfully did not amount to any real threat, but there were incidents that luckily Sergeant Waya and the other members of the police force were able to kind of, quash before they became an incident, and also did a great job with the communication. But we had this one large safety meeting. I don't know if any of you were able to attend or not, but we had several hundred parents and teachers and other folks come out, because they're concerned about this issue. And it's been raised over and over again, kind of, in light of Newtown and other incidents around the country. How is it possible that this money wasn't approved a year ago? So I hope that you all are taking this very seriously, and the concerns of the community very seriously, and that you won't be the boards that decide to pass on this important issue 2 times in a row. So please support this proposal on behalf of all of the students and parents and members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Seeing none, we'll come back to the board for any final thoughts. All right, we are done with this item. Thank you very much. We're going to briefly, thank you, gentlemen, I appreciate it, and I don't know who is staying. I appreciate your time tonight, and my apologies for the lateness of the hour. I'm going to run quickly to animal control just because it's a brief budget, and there's one item in there that's driving the increase. And then I'll go to the fire guys, and I'm sorry that you're here so late. Thank you, gentlemen.
We're not doing
Hmm?
ECC. We have to do ECC too, no?
Yeah, we'll do ECC too. Go ahead. So basically, your entire increase here is a truck, right?
Correct. We're replacing an older van that has over 100,000 miles on it.
Everyone, can I ask the public to please be quiet? We still have work to do here. So, thank you, sir.
Okay. Yeah, we have two vehicles that we use for animal control, and one of them has over 100,000 miles. So what we're requesting to do is replace that vehicle.
Okay, and it's 22.5. It's cut down from 32.5 in your budget request. How is that possible?
Through speaking with the first selectman, we're going to do one of two things. We're going to get either an older vehicle and put new equipment in it, or we're going to get a new vehicle and work with the garage mechanic to maintain some of the old equipment and put that in the new van.
Okay. That's what they refer to as value engineering. Right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do we have any comments, questions on this budget or anything? You guys all set? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. If we do ECC, you guys get to leave? Is that, no, I mean, if we do ECC. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so let's do ECC real quick. Someone help me out with the page number on this? 229, thank you. Go right ahead, guys.
Well, I'll keep the introduction very short, considering the time. We all know that our Emergency Communications Center oversees all emergency and non-emergency calls coming into the 911 center. Last year, we dispatched over 41,000 calls for service, answered over about 250,000 phone calls for both police department, fire department, and EMS. We're responsible for all radio communications for police, fire, and ambulance. We also maintain all the phone and radio communication systems for the emergency services, including our portable radios, mobile, transmitters, receivers, as well as some of the MDTs, mobile data terminals in the emergency vehicles, and cellular modems. We currently have 13 dispatchers working 24/7. And as far as the budget, the major driver that's other than contractual is going to be some of the capital items.
Yes, do we have questions on this budget? Thank you. Let's go to the capital items on this. They were referred to earlier in your discussion about the computers and all that on the police side, correct?
Correct. From the police side, we're looking to replace 5 of the mobile data terminals that are currently in the police cars.
How old are they?
They range, we've got 6 of them that were purchased in 2007. Those are actually even no longer upgradable. The end of service life from manufacturer was December of 2013, so a few months ago, so we can't even get them serviced any longer.
Okay. Questions, comments? Let's go to Mr. Brown and then Mr. DeWitt.
The first selectman actually upped your request? Just wondering how that came about.
Yep, I'm going to say it was new information when we were discussing. Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, we put together a computer replacement plan moving forward to do at least a quarter of the mobile data terminals yearly. We fell behind. In 2013, we didn't purchase any. So now we're looking to try to catch up a little bit, but instead of going for the complete 8, which would have been 1 quarter, knowing the fiscal times and some of the other capital items in here, I tried to keep that number down for this year. We did have some discussions. We upped it to 5, although I noticed it didn't reflect that, which is why I kept it. But we did up it to the 1 additional to 6.
Okay, so there's 6, not 5.
There should be 6, but when I printed it out today, it still showed 5.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. DeWitt?
That was my question, too.
Any other questions on this? If this board needed to find some savings, right? As you said, this is the driver, are the capital outlays. What would your recommendation be on the capital outlay side if we needed to find some savings? Where would be the least detrimental to service?
You know, it's tough because when I put this together, as I said, I already cut what I would have asked for, looking at the, you know, what we were coming in with the different items. Speaking for the police side of this, you know, the 5 patrol PCs that we're requesting, or the 6, just replaces those that are now no longer upgradable and out of their end of service life. So I would hesitate going below that. These terminals are essential to our day-to-day operations for the patrol cars. Basically, if the officer does not have the mobile data terminal, that car is out of service, because we do all electronic reporting. They receive their calls. With the vehicle locator system, they can see where their cars are, so during incidents, it assists them in response. If an officer calls out they're in trouble, it shows up on the screen so people know where to go. Retrieving information, everything now, that car is turned into a mobile office. And if we think of our own offices, our office without a computer nowadays is a place to sit. So it's very difficult for me to say I would cut back on those, you know, and that's just replacing the oldest 6. The other item in here that I'll speak to is that battery backup that we're requesting. And a little history on that. ECC, as we know, does have some actually triple redundancy in power. Of course, it runs off the main grid. If that goes down, we do have a backup generator that runs the entire police department, including the ECC. Little history, a couple months ago, when the downtown went out of power, our generator failed, just due to an electronic issue in the generator. Not foreseen, it gets tested all the time. It failed. Our backup to that becomes this battery backup system initially. When it was originally put in, we estimated it could run the ECC for about 40 minutes. We found when this happened a couple months ago, we had about 12 minutes of time out of it. And a lot of that is because we have increased the electronics in the communications center. We have more computers with the new 911 system. There's no servers. Bottom line, we got about, I would say, 14 minutes out of that. Luckily, this power outage occurred when we were all in the building. And our final backup is a portable generator that's in the police garage that we manually pull out, or with a vehicle, pull it around, plug into the side of the police station, and start it up, and that will run just the ECC. We had a minute of time left on our batteries. If that had gone down, we would have lost our whole 911 center, as well as communications with vehicles. Based on that, the sergeant that oversees ECC under me did some research, found out what we needed to do to increase our battery time. And what this basically does, it gets us back up to about that 40-minute time span we used to have years back prior to upgrading our equipment. Gives us time for a couple things. One, gives us time to get somebody in if we didn't have people right in the building to hook that other generator up, or in a worst-case scenario, to move our operations. We have backup plans to move off-site if we needed to, so that we could continue our communications and at least our fundamental operations. We would lose some computer systems, but overall we could still operate by moving off-site. But this gives us time to at least do that and get it spun up. So I hesitate saying I would take that off the table as well, because I'd view that as a public safety issue that we need, so that just in case, because even though the generator is working today, as we found out, we get no warning if it doesn't back up.
And to add on to Captain Smith's comments, when you're doing a budget review, as everybody here is aware, you're not looking for places to increase when you're going through. It was having just this conversation and looking at what had happened to them over the years that I realized that we needed to address the laptop computer issue in terms of adding some more pieces in there. We talked extensively about the battery backup, including some of the new enhancements we're making with the microgrid system. But because this is the ECC, it seemed extremely important that we make sure that this continues to operate through any power outage or glitch.
Thank you. Mr. Becker?
Thank you. So with the microgrid that was approved a few months back, you're still going to end up kind of thinking that you need the additional battery time, or are you thinking, I mean, is there a way that kind of is going to isolate out some of those types of issues with almost a whole nother redundancy kind of already built into your power situation at PD, fire, in that kind of complex?
As was explained to me, and unless things have changed, I know there's other discussions, the microgrid in and of itself does not provide a backup. What it does is it links the three buildings, police, fire, and Operation Hope, into the main generator system, so that now all three are powered off the grid if we were to lose main power. So it does that for us. And then the solar panels and the Tecogen system that is on the roof, actually what they do is they supplement power while it's on to feed back into the grid and actually save the town money on a day-to-day basis. But in an emergency situation where the grid goes down, the microgrid project as it stood doesn't give us an emergency backup system. So we still rely on the main generator. One difference, though, is the main generator, which is now powered off of oil, is going to be replaced to power off of natural gas, which gives us then a 30-plus day supply, which is something that's required. The issue still becomes if something happens with that generator, and as I said, the last one that went down was simple electronic failure in the control system, then we would lose it.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was just thinking if it went to one thing, then to if you start having multiple generators ready to go, do you need the battery necessarily? But if you, I don't know
Yes,
if you had
just
to look
because
through that, because I know it's sort of being phased in now.
Because the second generator is a portable one, and we need time to move it over. And as we found, we actually had the ideal situation when we lost power a couple months back. All of us that could do that were in the building. So we were able to actually run out to the garage, move this thing over. If that had happened on an evening, an overnight, a weekend, that time to get us back hooked up would have been extended past the point of the current battery system.
So you're not so much thinking grid as backup one, and then the other generator is backup two. You're still thinking that that other one is kind of in the mix here, and that's where the batteries.
Yes, we have the main power grid. We have then if that goes down, the generator. If that goes down, our battery system has to kick in until we move the portable over.
Okay.
Currently, there is no other backup system that'll kick in.
Okay. And then on the going back to the item number 5, the PC mobile computers, are those tough book laptop situations, or are we talking
These
physical
are
computers in the cars?
They're not a tough book like you would think a tough book is. It is a system designed specifically for police departments and emergency vehicles. It's a dual head unit. It's robust, so it can withstand the pounding in the police cars. It's a full-size monitor. It gives us multiple USB ports, memory expansion. It'll hook up with our vehicle locator system, modems, separate keyboard, which for us is important because what we're finding with the tough books is officers in a car, and picture yourself with all our equipment sitting in a car, have to write a report like this, leaning over for whenever they're typing. This system will actually allow them to move the keyboard or even pick the keyboard up and put it in front of them so you're typing more natural like the rest of us would. So from a ease of use, comfort standpoint for the officer having to work in the car, it's a better system than actually the tough books. It's my understanding, too, that tough book systems like we've had, I don't even know if they're producing those. We also run into the problem with mounts, and as tough book, like everything else likes to do, it's almost like the phones when you used to have to get a new power cord with every phone. Every tough book that came out needed a new mount.
All right, guys, we need to move on from this. We don't need to go through the details.
They're different
of tough
than
books.
FD. And then on the FD side, you're not asking, that's normally under here, they're not asking for anything at this point for additional.
Not under
things like
this
that?
budget. I don't know what.
It's usually under ECC. I didn't see anything under the other one, right?
For our mobile data terminals come through IT.
Through
Our
IT.
replacement, yeah.
Okay,
Okay. I'm good then.
thank you. Any other questions on ECC for now? I don't want to do this tonight, but I'd like to hear more about the radio receiver site and how important that is, but you can do that offline with an email.
Perfect. Okay.
All right, and I'll share that with the board. Thank you. All right, any other questions on ECC? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate the time. Yep. All right, let's go to the fire department. Welcome, gentlemen. My apologies for the lateness of the evening. I hope you can understand we were trying to be solicitous of our general public who wanted to comment on the two items. First, the senior center item, and then the school security item. So my apologies for you guys getting short shift tonight. Actually, long shift.
You can be as brief as this board wants to be, that's fine.
There you go. All right, so we'll turn it over to you. Your budget's on 2006 and 2007, or 206 and 207. It just feels like 2006 and 2007. Yeah, exactly. Go right ahead.
All right, we worked here, as you know, we bought the slight reduction in our budget. We looked it over, all right? We worked closely with the selectmen. We worked closely with the selectmen and Mr. Mayor to try to keep this budget in line and also give the same service, all right?
Can it, before, Chief, and I don't mean to interrupt, but I want to make sure, tell us about the salaries in this. Are the 2014 salaries the real salaries, and we've had some problems with comparability year over year because of contract settlements and stuff, so I just... Okay.
Next time.
That's fine, but in the fire department,
Other than step increases for fire union people, you're seeing the 13 salaries in year over year.
so
There's
we're
no
not
change.
seeing any raises due to a contract settlement?
That's correct.
So in this instance, and my apologies for cutting you off, I didn't mean to. In this instance, their budget for 2015 is understated to the extent that they don't have a contract settlement. So when we look at the budget and it says flat year over year, the answer is that once there's a contract settlement, this will no longer be flat.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
But again, as you can see, you know, we give the highest level of life safety, property protection, suppression, hazmat, public education, emergency medical service, hazardous material, special operations, et cetera, et cetera. So we were up in our budget, and again, working with Mr. Tetro and Mr. Mayor, we want to give the same service that we possibly can. So we brought our budget in, we worked on it, and we do believe that we can give the same service, and we also expanded our joint training with the police department, working together. We work together quite a bit now. That is working out great. And by the way, just to add, when we were talking about the vehicles for the police department, Chief McNamara and working with Chief Liddy, we have 3 police vehicles now. So some of the vehicles that are in better condition, they hand them down to us. So that's one of the reasons where, talking with Mr. Tetro, we gave up the vehicle that I asked for. Yeah, it's up in mileage, but we give this to our inspectors and our training officer. So I wanted to make that clear. Gary's been great, and we try to pick out the best vehicle we can. So I just wanted to make that clear. Other than that, gentlemen, in the budget, we bought everything right in to zero. So I really, unless if you have questions on the working end of my budget, I'll try to answer, but I don't think there's space to start cutting any more, because I'm repeating myself as I'm low now.
Thank you, Chief. We appreciate it. Quick question before I turn it over. Social Security, why would that go up so much?
What happens, Tom, is any uniformed officer, police or fire, who are hired after April 1st, 1986, are subject to the major med portion of FICA. What happened is you had a number of employees who had been hired before that date retire, and then replaced with new employees, what happened is the percentage of payroll subject to the FICA increased. I did the percentage, I think it was 72 to 75. So now 75% of your payroll is subject to the FICA, including all the overtime accounts. So it was a shift, it was a large shift in the payroll subject to that major med portion.
Thank you very much for the explanation. I'll turn it over to board members. We'll go to Mr. Dewitt and then Mr. Walsh.
Two quick ones, Chief. How many vacancies are you carrying in overtime?
Right now, I don't have any vacancies. I filled them all.
Okay. And just real quick, a couple years ago, we were talking about the fire school. And there was
Yes.
some town contribution, if it was going to be redone. Where are we with that? It doesn't appear as if anything.
Yes,
really
everything, you're talking about the training center,
I
right?
am, yes.
Yeah.
On,
Everything has
Rock
been approved by the state.
Yep.
We're where we're supposed to be, and it's done. You will see the work on that very soon. Matter of fact, the engineers have been down there already, they took soil tests, which were in pretty good shape on that, and I do believe that we will see starting construction within the next year.
Great
There
news.
is, the state is opening up, the bid process is going on now. They are opening up a site visit to contractors within the next 30 days.
Great. Thanks, Chiefs.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Walsh.
Chief, one of the limited areas where your budget is going up is fees and professional services by 20.6%. What is that? Is that for something specific? Is that for any software that is now being put on you?
Where was that?
It's fees and professional services line 53,200.
Yeah, Jim, that is for the software.
It's for the software.
We have two software
Yep.
that we pay the contracts on that was taken from IT into that.
So that's basically the change, correct?
Yep.
Is that the total amount of the change?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I think that was the total increase for that line, I believe.
Okay.
We did get the detail on that, so we can look it up. Thank you for providing that schedule and the transfer.
Once again, this will be split out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say we should split it out. into
That's where that is, Jim.
Yep, thanks. I thought that was what it might be. I just wanted to clarify that.
Anything else? Anybody over there? Anybody down there? Mr. Becker?
On the maintenance and repair, automotive, I mean, that's going up. It's not a high percentage, but it's just kind of continuing to tick up.
Well-
Are you anticipating that it started?
Well, just everything went up. Parts went up, tires went up, everything went up. So we increased it a little bit, and by increasing that, we lowered something else. Hopefully, we can get by. I'm trying my best to make it work to get by.
Are we hoping to see that maybe at some point? I mean, obviously, you're battling inflation, but I know we authorized some funds for another truck, and then hopefully get engine 4 out next year. So there's a point where some of the older fleets finally kind of cleaned up into that plan. Is there?
It's in a plan which I believe the Board of Finance has in there. But, I mean, we could blow a transmission tomorrow. We can blow a motor tomorrow. I don't know. I hope not. If
David,
not, we'll.
If I could
I'll
speak
knock
to
on
that
wood with
very
you.
briefly, I think the short answer to that is I don't believe that we're going to see any significant decreases in that account, for the very fact that, yes, we are starting to play catch-up with the replacement program now, but remember, we do a tremendous amount of miles and a tremendous amount of calls with all these rigs. The rigs that you and I may think of as fairly new are actually getting older now. So this is going to be a cycle, because even as we're replacing them, the other rigs are getting older. And take into account, too, these rigs today are more complicated. They require much more regular maintenance, even as new pieces of equipment, than we have experienced in the past. So I think we're going to have a leveling off trend, but I don't think that's going to decrease.
Okay. And then the other one, I did check the IT department. I didn't see anything when it came to the computers. Am I missing?
They sent a
being
separate
broken out?
schedule over. Did you
Okay.
not get that? They sent a schedule over.
It may have been in.
There too. Go.
I may have missed that one.
I thought I saw one of
Okay,
them.
so
In the apparatus, too, we turned that over into you, too. Our plan for the apparatus.
I don't have that in front of me. So
replacement.
we're looking at what number then? So is that 9,000, that's usually 4,500 apiece, so you're looking for 2 of them? Okay, so on that end, there's, it'd be in the Friday one? Okay, I will look for that. But so, okay, so there's 2, so
And I-
4,500 apiece. There's been obviously a desire to try to move, it's a little harder on the PD side, but on the FD side, to move over to maybe the iPads. That's, you know, obviously those are significantly less expensive. I've heard that the software's a little bit more, but in the end, it's an overall.
We're working with IT and the
Or
police
5,
department as we speak. You know.
Where,
and-
this is sort of where the IT component from before that I brought up when it ties back to fire has been an issue. If I ask the amount of months it has been, I'm going to ask some questions and I know half the answers to them. I mean, how long have you been spending to try to get the town IT department to help you with implementing an iPad solution?
Well, there was
Goes back
several months, but to give you the exact, you know, 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, I can't,
I don't know
I
the
can't do
exact,
that.
but I mean, it's a long period of time, and my understanding is that other municipalities are making these switches at significant savings.
Mhm.
And it's a real problem, because you're asking for what could be 9 units, or maybe just a savings in the budget, and instead it's going to be 2 of something that, as I understand it, is on the fire side, within the software, is really an older way of doing things that carries some significant costs per unit. So, I'm bringing it up because it's a concern.
No, I understand your
a little bit
concern.
more
I
on the
appreciate your
background
concern,
side,
but, you know,
but I'm bringing it up because this has been months and months, and, you know, some concerns may be valid, but it's no secret in this town that the IT department likes to shy away from Apple products, that, you know, at least with this particular project, there's been a lot of the word no, where it's clear other towns have shifted, and, you know,
we're working on it, and,
information
you
come
know,
out.
we get a no, but that's okay.
Why don't we have a follow-up item with IT? Can you guys work with IT and get something?
Yeah, we have been right along. So to give you any concrete answers, you know, I can't do that right now.
I'd like a little bit more to come back maybe to the board so they can understand what's going on with this with this particular project as an example, because it can reap some significant cost savings and improvements in functionality,
Right.
and it's really dragging along, and here we are again, basically buying and, you know, units that are.
We've been working on it. Matter of fact, today they had a meeting, and Mr. Dombrowski now has been working closely on it in trying to get this thing moving and off the road along the way. So when we have the answers, we can give them to you, but I don't want to give you false answers and shoot from the hip.
Of course not. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh?
One quick question, just similar to the questions we asked about the police. Where you have your vehicle fuel and you requested basically 20% more than the first selectman approved, was that based solely on the price of gasoline that the town negotiated?
Yes, the town went down, as Mr. Tetro said, we got a lower price on it, okay? And we also went in the fire department, which we started recently, in training our people, which is required by OSHA in different medical treatments. We're on video now, so I can leave this apparatus in station, and we can do it on the screen. We just did our different functions on EMS, and stuff like that on the video, so I don't have to move this apparatus around as much to come down to the training center or go to station 1 or 2, so I leave them in station. This seems to be working out well, so this was in working with the administration. Hopefully we can cut down. Now, if the fuel goes up and all, that's something I can't predict right now. But I want to do more of the video work to keep the apparatus in station instead of moving around. Do I think I can do that? Yes. Do I plan on doing that? Yes, I do.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll go to the public on this budget. Seeing none, we'll come back to the board, and we're going to go to the hydrant and water budget, which is page 224. Let's do this one, 223, 224. very briefly, it's up 3.7%.
I can give you that up. What's all, on that, Tom, we just call a hydraulic company and tell them to give us a number. Their price goes up, it goes up for us.
How much did their price go up for the town on this?
You know, I
Percentage
don't
increase?
have that
Their
right
rate?
now. Art, do you have that, how much it went up? I don't know. We did put in, Bob, you have that? How much?
Because the thing that concerned me was I thought it was an entire rate increase, but the write-up mentions additional hydrants.
Yes, I was about to tell you that time. I believe we put in last year, because of new developments in town, which is required, I believe we put in about 10 new hydrants. So that'll
What's the cost per new hydrant?
200
and 50?
It's about I'm going to say 265, I believe, per
Per
hydrant.
year?
Yeah, per year.
$265 per year?
It's similar to a rental.
Flat
It's a
rate.
rental fee. It's a flat rate per hydrant.
In private property, they pay for that.
And then the rest is the rate increase that
The
went
rate
through
increase,
last year of
yeah,
7.
the rate increase is the rate increase. They give us
What we
the
do
exact
every
number.
year is we call up the lady in charge, Judy, and she gives, this is the number. So whether we sort of like it or not, we don't have a choice.
It's a nice business.
Or you don't have water.
It is also the easiest budget that we developed, too, so. yeah.
All right, any other questions, comments on this budget? To the public? Yep. Can't get a big comment on the hydrant and water budget. Okay, so let's go to page 225 through 227, which is emergency management.
Okay, I can give you that, 225,
This is
225.
very small budget, 56,000.
Yeah, and we just got a grant on that, too. Here, let me get it out for you, to cover some of that, too.
Oh, great, so we'll be able to reduce this?
No.
No, we're not going to reduce it.
Why not?
But
Just got a grant.
you're beating me up.
I'm beating you up.
This is we're paid on the emergency management performance grants for the state for this, which
Okay, we got
basically.
$16,000, 25,000 state grant, which Art worked on, and a good part of it was grant money. Okay? The number on that was, what was it, Art, 16,000 we got in the grant money?
We get 50%, 50 cents per capita. So it's roughly 26,000 and change that we get from the state.
Is that included in the revenue lines of the budget, or no?
No.
I can't tell you that, Tom.
I don't think it is. Is it,
I
Bob?
can't explain that.
It's a beautiful thing. That's a pickup if
But
it's not.
it's money, it's money that comes in, and we develop the budget around that.
Can we check and see if that's in the, when did you get notification that you got this grant?
We get this grant every year. I believe it's September it comes in.
Okay, so you knew about it when the budget was developed, so we've been
Yeah.
recording it.
No, we did, we knew about it. And, it covers a lot. Matter of fact, for the secretary, a certain portion goes to that and so forth. It used to pay part of my salary, but I don't know how they work that out.
Can we just find out how that's accounted for to the finance team, Linda and Bob? Make sure that's included so that we're not, double counting it. Is that okay? Okay. Any other questions on this budget? Mr. Becker?
Yeah, just on this, obviously in light of the last couple of years with the big storms and whatnot that's gone on,
Mhm.
Are there any sort of, is there like an ongoing plan to do anything to kind of build up this, or are you just sort of slowly doing it through the budget? I mean, because some towns have kind of built their emergency management, some of them have big centers, I don't necessarily know if we need that, but some of them kind of have poured a lot of money, or they've done regional things to kind of pour the money
Well,
in.
we're more or less at their mercy also, We work closely with them. Art has been working with them. I assigned him to that. So, we go after any extra money.
Yeah, and there's definitely grant money, which is great if we can
There's
go out and
plenty
do
of
that.
grant, there's plenty of grant money out
I'm more
there.
just keeping an eye out, because it's kind of kept very steady, but the need for this and kind of fitting into some of the federal kind of
Mhm.
methods on this may dictate larger numbers. So I guess my question is on let's say a 5-year window or something. I'm just trying to anticipate out things you're thinking of, and if you're trying to do grants to do those things, or if you're just thinking that it may come back down the road, or we're just saying, hey, we're doing what we can. I know
No, that is being worked on, and as I said, Deputy Chief Reed, Assistant Chief Bisson, and there's a committee really that's working on that, trying to get and look into it, and we put in for it. We
But
put in.
even the center itself, in a sense, is now really shifted being over in PD. Obviously, they've got a lot of resources, and that's helpful since they have a lot of that already, but that's sort of where I'm going with that as we build out. You're talking about a secondary one, I think, over at, are there any costs with the Fairfield U possibilities?
If I could speak to the state funding a little bit, particularly with emergency management, the state funding has been reduced. It is slowly being reduced over the past few years. Fortunately, one of the grants that seems to remain constant is this emergency management performance grant, which is the $26,000 a year we get here. We did apply 3 years ago. We did apply for an EOC grant to renovate the Emergency Operations Center. Unfortunately, it was at an as-needed basis. Unfortunately, at the time, Norwalk was building a brand-new facility, brand-new fire headquarters, and emergency management facility, and the money went to Norwalk on that. That was more or less a one-shot deal, really. We're obviously, as the chief said, that we're always looking for avenues for grant funding on these, for any of these initiatives, obviously. But the harsh reality is that the funding there is drying up a little bit, too.
And a lot of the emergency management, we moved, we work over with the police station with, Chief McNamara and Deputy Chief Reed, or Liddy. So there's a bigger facility. We had the one up at Station 2, and it was just we didn't have the room. So we moved it right now. When we set it up over at the police station. Now, for minor things, when the wind and trees are down and so forth and so on, I'll open the emergency management center at Station 2. So, and as far as overtime cost, I use the shift commander that's on duty to temporarily open that, so we don't have to hire somebody and put them in there.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, I'm good. We're midnight, so
Mr.
thank
Walsh?
you.
With the chairman's indulgences, might cover a couple different budgets, but I'm going to a revenue item for the
Yep.
fire department, which, if we go to page 43 in the budget book, under revenue, under miscellaneous revenue,
Yeah, there's a revenue.
under miscellaneous, under line 1004, says miscellaneous fire. And we go from, last year we budgeted 0.
What page are you on the
Page 43,
43?
line 1004.
42368.
42. And we go under miscellaneous fire, we go from we budgeted 0 last year, and now we're going up and budgeting $20,087. What is that?
I believe what that speaks to is fees and permits that we collect for the fire marshal's office.
Okay, so why did we budget 0 last year?
I can't answer that.
And then
Yeah.
excuse me?
You're right.
This was all rolled up last year?
Town clerk or finance, and you asked for it to be separated. So this is the first year we're budgeting it among all the various departments.
We don't have a lot of past data on that, very honestly.
Okay.
So obviously, we will, from this point on.
So
we will.
this whole series of under miscellaneous is new?
It's not new.
It's not new, but it
was
wasn't
rolled up.
budgeted.
Rolled up as a budget item.
Right. If you look, the actuals have always been split out. The budget was never split out. It was a change in budgeting methodology this year where you tried to split out the budget so that it was more allocable to the actuals.
And I'll tell you, to make the Board of Finance happy, I've been working with Mr. Mayor. We had someone in last week, 2 people on starting a charge for the different services for false alarms and also up on the turnpike for vehicle accidents, which we use our equipment. We use foam and different equipment. And this works throughout other communities. And I believe in working it. Wouldn't you say so, Bob? I think we can do this within the next 2 or 3 months. But I want to start charging. And the same as the police department. When we get careless false alarms, I want somebody to pay for it, if it's carelessness.
Okay.
You know, not Mrs. Homeowner who is, you know, cooking and smoke sets the detector off. No, I'm not going to charge for that. But a lot of these contractors is just plain carelessness. You know, they go in there and start doing work and everything and don't cover it. So I do want to start billing them, and we will.
Is this area the same area we do insurance, where we bill insurance companies?
Yeah,
for
yeah,
their
we have a
services?
company that came in and it's working throughout cities and towns, and it is working. Whatever it is, we turn in our reports to them, and they take, what was it, 15%, Bob, 20%? They take 15%. So if they can collect $2,000, they'll take 15% of that. But they go after it. We don't have to do any work at all. And I've been working on this extensively, and then I worked with Mr. Mayor on it within the last few weeks.
Thank you, Chief. Any other questions, Ms. Walsh? Anybody else? Seeing none, that concludes our long budget evening. We want to thank you, gentlemen, and thank
Thank
you
you.
for your patience in waiting for us.
No problem.
And do I have a motion? Mr. Brown, seconded by Mr. DeWitt. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? We're done. Thank you, everybody.